Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Hold on. Good, how are you?
Not too bad. Yeah, I got TFA locked out. For some reason, my one-time password was not accepted, so I got knocked out for half an hour. It sucked.
Where am I? I'm in Pyros.
Nekachit. Anything for you. Must we? Rory Williams said. Sure. Always a. The doctor. Fine. You know. Bad Wolf says. If that is your heart's. Is that all you need? Nekacha says I was hope.
You doing MSQ this morning?
Yep.
Right.
If ever you're feeling. The doc. I am not getting paid. Nekacha said. If ever.
Before I actually go do my MSQ, I need to actually go to the house because I have items that have been sitting in my inventory forever. Long. It's snowing at the FC house. How do we put stuff away? I don't remember.
You're asking the wrong person. Excuse me, Mom.
You're excused.
Are you just picking up another quest from her? I don't understand this. I'm so confused.
Why? Don't be so confused.
You know how I told you I was gonna stay away from Eureka?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that didn't happen. Okay, but I'm level 41. Let's look at this. Level 44. Holy bananas.
Wow. What, are you in the third one?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Why am I missing? I'm level 41.
Sidgergo says, ah, Haven. Fellow master of the dark arts. And yet that is but one of the many faces you wear. Slayer of gods. Rider of dragons. Savior of Ishgard. A hero by any measure who stood against Nidhogg on the steps of faith when others fled.
Whoa.
Sidgergo says a hero who walks in light and fights for great causes, and a knight who walks in darkness and fights for the forgotten. A contradiction, some might say. Rubbish, I say, but you tell me. Do you yet walk the path? I thought not. Then let us speak as comrades. Ishgard has seen much change in recent days, and many proclaim it to be the dawning of a new era of peace and prosperity. An enlightened age, yet as we both know, the brighter the light,
Please
the
don't
deeper
see
the shadows.
me. Oh, yeah, it saw me.
As Dark Knights, we must remain vigilant for injustice, and be ever ready to defend the weak and downtrodden. Now more than
That
ever.
thing is fast.
It has been a while since
Oh,
we
yeah?
patrolled the streets of our fair city, felt the cobbles beneath our boots and so forth. A tour from the top might be in order. Why don't we start at the last vigil? As you look on Fordham's Manor, you but reflect upon your time in Ishgard. The comrades with whom you traveled, and those lost along the way. You seem distracted. Ah, right. You were a ward of House Fordham's. No, I suppose not.
Oh, they mentioned Archie here.
Damnedest thing, but I swear I heard something in your pack break. Sidgergo says bloody hells, is that your soul crystal? What happened to the other half? Says forgive me. It seems I am the one responsible.
Governor,
Yeah.
the level 70 Dark Knight quest mentions Archie.
Sidgergo says, I do not know you, boy. Name yourself.
Wow.
Mist says,
Yeah.
Mist, my lord. Sidgergo says, I'm no lord, and you're no mist. Don't think I wouldn't know a bastard of the broom by sight. Mist says I have a power. A power which I can use to help those in need. Alas, this power requires a tremendous quantity
I
of
am
ether.
live, by the way.
I thought to draw on natural sources nearby, but in so doing, I stole a portion of that contained within your crystal. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. I will return it to you, I promise, but I must first ask that you allow me to use a portion. Rial says, Mist, was it? Who do you want to help? Mist says anyone. Everyone. Look around you. Is not this world filled with sadness and despair? If I can free but a single person from their burdens. Rial says he means well enough. Why don't we help him find someone in need and give him a chance to use his power? Sidgergo says oh, bloody brilliant. Let's believe the mysterious boy with the mysterious power who mysteriously stole a portion of Haven's soul crystal. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's your crystal, Haven. Either we deal with the boy here and now, or we go along with his plan.
Wait, where is
And
this
since you're not
going?
reaching for your sword, I gather it's the latter?
There's nothing
Congratulations,
here.
boy. You get your wish. We're not like to find any poor unfortunate souls here, so I suggest we head to Foundation. And if we find no one suitable there, you are to return what you stole at once. Understood? Miss
Oh, I
says
need to
yes,
go back and
my
tell
lord.
it to her.
Thank you for placing your trust in me.
Oh my gosh, it made 300,000 XP from killing that one crab.
Wow.
Jeez Louise.
Wow. Back at the Forgotten Night.
Millie says you have my assurances that the remaining funds will be delivered soon. Surely that is enough to convince you to resume work? Discompost says I've got a score of clients clamoring for me services, clients willing to pay in full, in advance. I'd be a fool to put you ahead of them. Millie says I understand that, I do, but it has been an eternity since we first brokered this arrangement. And many of the clients of
I
whom
did
you speak
not
have come to your
realize that
position. I know this to
Asimov
be true.
was Russian.
Discompost says, it's one thing to aid the scholasticate, milady, but you've got to understand me position here. Bloody politics, it is. No man lifts a chisel till we're paid in full. I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be. Millie says, oh, I beg your pardon. I did not notice you standing there. As you may have overheard, I am funding the restoration of the statue of Saint Valero Yant. And, as you may have guessed, it is not going well, on account of my insufficient funds and my family's growing infamy. My cousin was, Sir Ignace de Besnain of the Heavens Ward. He served the Archbishop faithfully, together with his sworn brothers. Great, goodly men who were complicit in terrible crimes, if Sir Imeric and this warrior of light are to be believed. Ignace was distraught when he learned the statue had been destroyed by the Dravanians. He took it upon himself to champion its restoration, but because of these tales, others are reluctant to involve themselves. I do not know nor care if Sir Imeric speaks the truth. Ignace was my cousin and a man of the Fury, and I will honor him by completing his legacy. Or so I once believed. Perhaps it is indeed beyond me.
Who's calling me?
Miss says we found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we would. I can help her. Yes, I will make it right.
Well, this is a
I have the
bad
power.
idea.
Come. Let us not keep this poor woman waiting. Millie says, is this child a friend of yours? The way he stares at me is somewhat. Miss says, do you wish to see your cousin again? Millie says, well, yes, I would love to see Ignace again. More than anything. But I know I will not. He walks in Hallone's halls, I am certain. Miss says, think of him. Think of his face, of his smile. Of his laugh. Remember every moment you shared, every memory, and hold that
My
image of him in
single
your mind's
person
eye.
isn't a party
And then
here.
go to a quiet place you
Wow.
shared where no one will come. Wait for me there. Millie says, I really don't understand what this is all about, but, since you seem so earnest, I will trust in you and do as you ask. There is a garden to the south of the tribunal of which we were both fond. I pray you will explain all to me when this is finished. Miss says, go with her. I will go to Sidgergo and Riel and bring them with me. Then you will all understand what I can do, and why you must help.
Did I aggravate?
That's a promise.
Last vigil.
I got 291,000 XP for that.
Really?
Yeah, it's fine. It's because I wasn't in a party.
Oh,
I think I'll wait and do this section.
till I get there?
You level up. Yeah. Hey, look, I leveled up to level 42.
Nice.
Alright, I think I'm done with this for right now.
You said that yesterday too.
I am done, I just left.
Millie says, ah, your friend has arrived. He has brought companions, I see. No. It cannot be. Ignace. Is it really you? Oh, praise Hallown. You're alive. Sarah says, my dear cousin, how it warms my heart to see you in good health. I pray you will forgive me for my lengthy absence. Millie says, don't be foolish. There is only joy to see you returned. Come, we must go to your father and mother at once. How they will weep at the sight of you. Sarah says, I cannot. Better for them to mourn me as the son who gave his life in service to his archbishop and his home. I have heard that you yet labor to see the statue of Saint Valero yet restored. Know that I am grateful beyond measure. Millie says, I am undeserving of your praise, cousin. For all my efforts, the statue remains a shattered ruin. But seeing you here, so full of light and life, fills me with renewed conviction. I will see it through, I swear to you. And, if you have indeed done the things they say, then perhaps it will earn you a measure of forgiveness. Sarah says, I love you, cousin. Now and ever after. Look after my parents, and yours. Millie says, I don't know how you did it, but thank you for bringing him back to me. But you must know he is not safe here. I pray you help him to flee the city. Sidgergu says she's right. Ishgard is no place for a man of the Heaven's Ward. We will sneak him out of the city. The fewer the better. Meet us at Falcon's Nest after. We have much to discuss. Miss says, for fear of being seen by the sentries, I bade the others go on ahead. We should hurry. The further they take Ignace from Millie, the weaker he will become. I pray we are not too late. Forgive me. Forgive me. I should have known the magic would not sustain itself much longer. That which you see before you is Ignace. What remains of him? I can give the memories form. I can breathe them full of life and return them to their loved ones. But as the memory fades, so too does the magic. Ether, formless and free. That which I took I used to make Ignace, and Millie, whole. Miss says, draw your sword. Reclaim that which was lost. Consume the abyss with Soul Eater.
Okay. What about next? Actually, let's go unlock Viper and Picto. Where are they? Why do I have so many flipping quests?
Why can't I click this? Why can't I click this? There it is. Finally. There it is.
Sidrico says it is finished. Good. I've had enough of this far. Conjuring a simulacrum of a bloody knight of the heavens ward in the middle of Ishgard? Fury take me, you are a fool. We're lucky to be alive. Sidrico says your soul crystal is restored, then.
Protein shake.
Or not. We had an agreement, boy. You were to return that which you stole. Miss says forgive me, forgive me. I returned to you that which was used to give Ignace life, but as for the remainder. Miss says 4 more times. It is within my power to do this 4 more times. 4 more times, and you shall be made whole. You have my word. Sidrico says for a boy with such an incredible power, you are remarkably helpless. Not only did you rob Haven of her ether, you imposed upon her to find your people in need. Sidrico says you want to do good? You want to be a hero? You want to help people? Then why weren't you better prepared? Miss says I will never be a hero. I only wanted to help. It is not death itself we fear, but the unfinished story. The promise of what could have been. It is enough to break a heart, and a woman. Miss says the shattered pieces of a life will never come together again. But, if a glimpse of their loved ones grants them the peace they deserve, then I must. Sidrico says it is your decision, Haven. You are the victim. Miss says then you will continue to accompany me. That is, a relief. Rial says we're not going anywhere, Mist. Even Sid. He may look and act like a chocobo's arse, but he means well. Sidrico says fine. I'm only trying to put the fear of the gods into the little shite, but by all means, go ahead and undermine my authority. Anyway, I'd rather not freeze to death out here in the snow. Let's return to Falcon's Nest and discuss what to do next. Sidrico, but time. No offense, of course. If anything, I say you are too accommodating. Sidrico says in the meantime, you may as well get some rest or attend to other matters. The next Dark Knight quest will be available. Sidrico says oh, thank the gods, an adult. Not that there's much to know. He won't talk about his home or his past. Doesn't seem to have any interests or skills beyond conjuring elaborate illusions derived from memories. Sidrico says, I've no idea how he does it, either, and, more importantly, I'm not even sure how we could take back the ether he stole. We may have no choice but to agree to his terms. Unless you're content to carry half a soul crystal.
Okay.
Rial says I can hear you whispering, you know. Miss means well, and Haven and I are willing to help him. Why aren't you? Sidrico says I didn't say I wasn't willing. I'm still here, aren't I?
Right,
then. We've found no one suitable for the boy's needs here. Rather than return to Ishgard, I say we try somewhere new. Let's head to Tailfeather. Riel says life here is not easy, but it is fulfilling all the same. That said, the hunters had no personal tales of profound tragedy to share. They did, however, tell me of an outsider recently brought here from Falcon's Nest. A prisoner, actually. A woman named Lodi. She's to atone for her crimes through hard labor, but the proctor has been zealous. He berates her constantly, and every day she bears fresh bruises. Sigurdur says Ishgardian justice. I know it well. If this woman is performing various chores for the hunters, then it should not be hard to find her. Come, let us look around.
Oh, nope. Do not sell that.
What you almost sell?
The wearing jacket of healing.
Oh.
Riel says this is the place, isn't it? Says insolent child. You are not to speak unless spoken to. Is that clear? Penitent says yes, my lord. Pray forgive me my impudence. Orthodox says do not play me for a fool. Your sins are beyond forgiveness. Sir Imric and his noble brethren may think you worthy of mercy, but I have seen your kind before. A swift death is more than you deserve. Sigurdur says, a swift death is more than that bastard deserves. I can't imagine what she did to deserve that kind of treatment. Sigurdur says, you know her, Haven. 7 hells, she's the one that led the protest at Falcon's Nest? The one that nearly put an end to the peace conference. And she poisoned you. Well, that explains a lot. Though if you of all people can find it in your heart to forgive her, or at least forsake bloody revenge, then it's hard to look at this and call it justice. Miss says her crimes were born of desperation and despair for the husband she lost. Perhaps if the two of them were to meet again. Sigurdur says don't be foolish. She knows he's dead. You'll only cause her pain. Miss says pain is all that is left to her, don't you see? How they cry in the dark, how they mourn their dead. How it festers and spreads and corrupts them thoroughly. We have seen it, we have made it. Sigurdur says fine, fine. Do what you will. Conjure her husband. But do not come crying to me when she curses you for your kindness. I'll not give the hunters cause to turn their bows on us, either. Riel, take Mist into the woods and hide. Haven and I will free the girl. Rather, I will free the girl. She would know you at once, and might misunderstand your intentions. We cannot risk a commotion. As for your part, no one is truly outside Halone's grace, don't you think? Confront the proctor. Make him see the error of his ways. If he is a good man, then he may yet repent of his wicked ways. If he refuses, then that is his choice to make, and he will have to accept the consequences of his actions. Doubly so if he bears steel, yes. Orthodox says Bah. The very sight of you fills me with murderous rage. See to your duties. I must needs cleanse myself of these impure thoughts through communion with nature. Perhaps a spot of fishing is in order. Sidgergu says now's our chance. The recruits hall you put up for sale in the Limsa markets has sold for 262 gil, after fees. Orthodox says Who are you? Why do you disturb me? A concerned adventurer who objects to my treatment of a criminal? Ha! If only you knew her sins. She should have been thrown into witch drop. Alas, the Lord Speaker in his boundless wisdom and mercy demanded that we spare the woman's life. But rest assured I will see that her every waking moment is filled with misery and scorn. You presume to judge me? A man of the church? I will not be cowed by your threats. The Fury guide and protect me. The Fury guide and protect me. Miss says look. We have brought them together. We have made her whole. Lodi says every night I dream of your face. I could have tried to stop you from going back to the front. Could have begged and screamed and cursed. But I didn't. Because I knew you'd listen. And even if you'd forgive me for it one day, I never would. The arrow may have missed my heart, but I've been dead for a long time. All of this is just waiting. That's what I'd tell you, Stace, if I could. And then, you'd say. Stace says you can't stay stuck in that moment, Lodi. You've got to go on. You've got to forgive yourself. You've got to let me go. Lodi says, but I won't. I won't. If I do, who'll be left to remember the man you were? The soldier, the husband. I'm the only one who knows, and it's my duty to hold on to that as long as I can. That's what I'd tell him if he were here, but he's not. He'll never come home to me. So please, put an end to this, whatever this witchcraft is. Haventia. Was this all you're doing? Miss says no, it was mine. Forgive me. I
Oh,
thought
we're
that
almost to level
I wanted-
18
I
for
was
free
wrong.
company.
I see that.
Nice.
You have every right to be upset.
I
Lodi
just
says it's
turned in
alright.
a whole
Boy,
bunch of stuff.
it is. I appreciate your kindness, even if it was misguided.
I need
You
to
too,
go
Haven.
find-
I blamed you for a lot of things. Hated you so much, because, I don't know. Because you came back, and Stace didn't, maybe. Because you weren't him. They say the war's over now, but it never ends for people like you, does it?
No.
Lodi says I know what you are. I heard the stories as a child. Of the ones with neither shield nor sigil. Champions of the weak and the helpless, undeterred by the law of man or God. I couldn't stop you any more than I could have stopped Stace from walking out the door that day. So, fight, damn you. Fight, if that's what you want. Just, don't squander the time in between. There's never enough. Right. I suppose I owe it to him to try and make the most of what I've got left too. So I will. Take care, and thank you. Sidgergo says, she's gone. Reclaim your ether.
You can't discard things when it's in your retainer.
Nope. You have to put it into your, bring it back to yourself, and then do it.
That's so dumb.
I know.
As the ether flows into your soul crystal once more, from the depths of the fading abyss, you hear a wit. Miss says forgive me, forgive me. In the end, I could not make her whole. So much pain, so much loss, how it fills my heart and overflows. Maybe it is indeed beyond us. Maybe it is not in our nature. Sidgergo says, you've still got 3 more chances, don't you? There's no need to be so bloody melodramatic. At least not out here. We should go back to Tailfeather. Miss says, your words did more for her than my illusion. She is still a good person. And so are you. I pray you both remember. Ruff says Cassie Eureka Pagos, 22.0, 15.0, in 4 in-game hours.
Cassie is popping in 4 in-game hours, by the way. In Pagos. They just
In
yell
4 hours?
in 4 in-game hours. So 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Erosia time.
I'm gonna need to purchase another retainer at this point in time. Holy bananas.
How many are you at?
I have 2.
Sidgergo says on to the next, I would say, but Miss looks to be in no state to continue. Which means we'll be staying here for a time. Taking in the fresh country air, me and my little ones. For what it's worth, I think that woman is better for what we did. Or at
What
least
all
as
do
good
you?
as
What
anyone
all
could
are
be
you
after what she
carrying?
went through.
Just like normal stuff.
Well, what was it? It was,
Haven. I imagine
like,
you'd
I
like
don't
to
know
get back to
why
work,
my,
and so would I.
like, my retainers are
Unfortunately,
full
Mr.
and my
Loading took his
inventory
own.
is basically full, and I have no idea
His
why.
failure with loading,
Like, most
such
of
as
my
it was,
stuff is stuff I
weighs on
need
his
to
mind.
do.
He's afraid of repeating the same mistake with others. And so, for lack of a better idea, I'm
Ugh.
thinking it's time to pay another visit to those furry little shites in the churning mists. Riel says what? But what? I can't imagine Mist helping a Moogle.
I literally am just trying
Shizuku
to make
says my
room for
master
my
used to take
Viper
me to places
sets.
like
I
Moa when
don't.
the city became too much. The fresh air, the quiet, the isolation. And yes, I have
I
not
wish they
forgotten
would
how
give
the
us
Muggles helped Riel
more
and me when we were moody and
more
brooding.
room in
Though I
our
would argue that we reconciled in
armory
spite of their intervention.
chest. But
Oh, yeah.
I will be right back. I gotta go switch my laundry.
Okay.
Riel says whatever you say, Sid. Whatever you say. Miss says, don't worry. I haven't given up yet. How could I? You would. Sidgergo says right, then. Water under the bridge. No need for palms to be torn from heads and shoved down throats. Yet. Our Mist is taking in the sights, I believe. Why don't you join him? Mist says the wind in your hair, the sun on your face. Here you can immerse yourself in the beauty and the calm, and forget the horrors. Almost. How far we have come, you and I. The others, they hesitate, but you understand the obligation. The duty. The need for atonement. We have lost, so much. So many friends and loved ones. So many moments. We thought we could keep and preserve them, but we are left with anguish in the end. Time strips us of even this bitter remainder, if we let it. But I cannot. This pain, this sadness, it is mine to bear. Mine alone. This I understand now. Mist says their grief will be mine, and in return I will give them peace. But who and when and where, that is the question. Even we have our limits. Who did I lose? Everyone. No one. We have always been apart, have we not? Perhaps one day you will understand, and then you will share my loathing and contempt. Oh. Forgive me, I have been away from the others too long. Sid will be worried. We must return to them at once. Sidgergo says there you are. I trust Mist has had ample time to reflect upon his mistake. Mist says I have. I am ready to resume my search for those I might help with my power. Difficult though it may be, I do not intend to give up. Sidgergo says glad to hear it. In that case, there's no need to remain here any longer. I say we leave this accursed place and never return. Riel says don't be silly, Sid. I say we show Mist more of the churning mists. We did come all this way, you know. Come on, there's a place I'd like to show you. Sidgergo says now wait just a goddamn moment. You can't go running off on your own like that. You'll get eaten by a three-headed gubbo. Riel. Riel. Bugger me with the bleeding. Come on, they cannot have gone far. Watch out for belligerent Dravanians and mischievous Muggles. Don't give me that look. If the little bastards didn't want their heads caved in, they shouldn't have tried to sneak up on me. Besides, they're still alive. You ought to give me credit for holding back. Anyway, I lost sight of the children. I'm not sure which way they went. I'll head north and circle back towards Issa. You head straight west there.
All right, here we go.
Rial says, you should have seen the look on Sid's face when the Mughal started singing and dancing. He was utterly speechless. Miss says, why were the Mughals singing and dancing again? Rial says it was stupid, really, but I guess you could say that Sid had become obsessed with trying to live up to his master's example. And for all the wrong reasons. He lost his family when he was younger than me. Sir Ampan took care of him, and Frey, but then they died too. So it's just the two of us now. He was angry and short-sighted, but now, well, he's still both those things, but not as much as before. So that's progress, I suppose. Miss says Sid's master was very dear to him, wasn't he? Sidgergu says, oh, thank the gods. You shouldn't have run off like that. Miss says, do you wish to see him again? Your master? Sidgergu says, huh? Where is this coming from? What has Rial been telling you? I mean, there is much I wish I could have asked him before he passed, but... Wait, no. Don't you dare, you little shy. Says oh Sid. Charming as ever, I see. Sidgergu says master. Ampan says and this must be Frey's successor. A worthy one, I have no doubt. My name is Ampan, and it is an honor and a pleasure to meet you, Haven. You did well to come so far on your own before meeting Sid. And together, you have both grown so much, in mind and body and soul. As dark knights, and as true heroes. There was a time when I was hailed as a hero too. For deeds meritorious in the defense of Ishgard and in the name of the Fury. A brave and true temple knight, I was. Slayer of countless Dravanians. A commander beloved of and respected by his men. They would follow me into the seventh hell. And indeed, that is where I led them. Time and time again. They would fall, and I would earn the accolades. And then they would give me more green boys with dreams of glory. Ampan says green boys with red blood, spilled on white snow. Again and again and again. And then, one day, I couldn't remember the first one's face. I had forgotten the face of the first boy who gave his life for me. That was the day I left the Temple Knights. Sidgergu says I know that tale by heart, but not the tale of what came after. Why a goodly man with titles and wealth, a man who could have lived out his days in quiet comfort, why that man chose instead to walk the path, and to once more accept 2 children into his care. Ampan says you asked me that very question long ago, and I told you that one day you would understand, when you were older and wiser and stronger. Shall we put you to the proof, Sid, and see if today is that day? Sidgergu says you always were fond of your tests. Ampan says now, don't be cross. You've only yourself to blame.
Oh, I guess I was wrong.
Remember. But of course you do. The point is, deep down, you wanted this. And while there's no substitute for the genuine article, you could do a lot worse. So do me this honor, all of you. One last dance with the dead. Show me the man you have become, Sidgergu of the Obsidian Heart.
Damn. What happened?
In 5 minutes, I need to go check something because I think there's a problem with the pump.
Oh no, that's not good.
There's a problem with the water pressure. I noticed when I did wash. And when I went to go fill my water bottle up just now.
That's not good. Well, I hope it's not too bad.
I'm gonna go check to see if the pump turns off in 5 minutes.
Okay.
My parents aren't home, so...
Ampan says well
They're
done,
across the
Haven.
lake.
Well done indeed. Frey would be proud to know that you carry on his legacy, and mine. And Sid, my boy. My beloved boy. You nearly... Sidgergus says oh, spare me your sympathy, you bloody shade. I lost, and that's the end of it. Ampan says you kept Riel and Haven out of harm's way, Sid. You did well. Learn to shut up and take the compliment.
It's already
Ampan says you
88
asked me
degrees in
what
my
brought you to
apartment,
walk the
and
path.
it's
Why
only
I chose
10
to look
a.m.
after you and Frey, even though, deep down, you already
This is
know.
brutal.
But,
So
since I lost,
fast.
I owe you the answer from my lips.
Was it hot outside?
I was angry.
I don't
Angry
know.
with
Let
the
me
gentle
open
knights,
the weather on my
angry with
phone.
myself, angry with this twisted world where good
It's
men
only
die for nothing.
65
I was
right
seeking
now.
justice for my boys, and forgiveness
Why
for
is
my
it so
sins.
hot in your room?
I have no idea.
I saved lives and punished the wicked, and for a time,
Somebody
that
have
was
their...
enough.
Do you live above
But nothing
somebody?
lasts forever,
Yeah, I do.
does it? And a man ought to have
Maybe
a
they have
legacy.
their heat on.
Maybe
Heat
in
rises.
heat does rise,
I
yeah.
failed my boys as a temple knight, but you two were my second chance.
But it's
I would teach you everything I knew, everything I
88.7
learned
right
from my
now.
mistakes so you wouldn't have to make them. I would send you out into the world to do great things and maybe, it would all balance out.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah. When my buddy Nolan showed up last night, first thing he said
Well,
was he
that's
felt
all
like
I
he
have to
walked
say
into a
about that.
sauna when he walked into
You
the
know what
apartment
comes
building.
next, don't you?
Maybe the apartment...
Though I suppose
I
I ought
don't
to give
know.
you a word of advice before I disappear in a puff of smoke. I am your predecessor's master, after all.
I just realized I don't have a minion out.
People like us will never know
You should
peace.
change that.
Every moment brings us closer to death, those of our enemies, our loved ones, and yes,
Oh my
our
gosh, I
very
have
own.
248 minions to choose from.
The fear of death is what keeps most men alive. That dread, that desperation to escape the inevitable, if only for a little longer. But we are not like most men. We have seen what awaits us beyond the abyss. We have tasted that despair, bathed in that oblivion. We have wept rivers for our dead and cursed the gods for their cruelty. That is our sword and our strength, and that is why you may one day stand above us all. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
Let's do the Sending Fiaco
Take care,
cards.
Sid. Be nicer to the girl. And try to be
Thank
less of a chocobo's arse.
you. Alright,
Sidriku
we'll be
says,
back.
oh, for the love of. As the ether flows into your soul crystal once more, from the depths of the fading abyss, you hear a whisper. Good, good. Glad to see it all worked out in the end. As for you, Mist, I distinctly recall telling you not to do that. Mist says forgive me, had I known it would come to violence, I. Sidriku says don't you dare start doubting. I'm annoyed, and sore all over, but it's nothing that won't heal with time. Sidriku says all I ask is that you promise not to do it again without warning and consent. Memories can be powerful and painful, in more ways than one. That said, he was right. I've only myself to blame. If I thought I could defeat him, I would've. But I didn't think I had a chance, and so I didn't. Riel says his injuries are worse than I thought. We should hurry back to Moom. Mist says for a moment I was certain he would fly into a fury. Could it be that he is grateful for the experience after all? Then it was not in vain. Tired and broken though he may be, he is nevertheless better for the pain, and in time, we too may be. There is still hope. Redemption is not beyond us. Sidriku says ugh, I'm afraid Riel is right. I'm going to need some time to recover. I'm not fit to travel in my condition, which means, oh, gods help me, I'm going to have to stay with these furry little shites even longer. 2 more times, was it? 2 more times and we'll be finished with this boys' crusade. Not soon enough. Haven, be a dear and punch a muggle for me. Mist says as you can see, Sid has yet to fully recover from his bout with Sarampan, but my quest will brook no delay. If we must seek out another soul in need of succor without, then we are of one mind. Now then, where shall war is perhaps the greatest source of man's misery. So much. Yes. This slaughter you bore witness to at Castrum Orines is precisely that of which I speak. A tragedy which tore apart the lives of every man and woman it touched. My mind is made up. That is where we must go. Sidriku says if I had it my way, I'd not let you out of my sight. But, again, it's your soul crystal at stake. I'm only here to help you reclaim your ether. If you think you can look after him by yourself, then by all means. As for me, I think I've finally regained enough strength to make the journey back to Ishgard. When you've finished in Gyra Banya, come and find us at the Forgotten Night. Mist says Castrum Orines. How it buzzes with life. So many brave soldiers, resolved to do their duty no matter the cost. But have no doubt there will be a cost, and it will be most high, for no man is beyond the reach of fate. Death will not be denied. This place, it weighs on me. Anywhere but here I would search. Galleon says come to share the fire? I would stand to greet you, stranger, but my legs, my eyes, the whole of me is not what it once was. Haven, I know that name, and that voice. By Ralgr, you're still alive. Praise him, praise him. Miss says, who is this man on the verge of death? Is he your friend? Galleon says, nay, though I am flattered that you would think so. This woman made medicine for me long ago, at the behest of Captain Meffred, when we were still in Quarry Mill. If I'd kept it all for myself, I'd made a full recovery, but I couldn't. I had a dear friend, you see, and so I made a choice. He got better. I didn't. Ended up working for the Griffin, he did. As a right-hand man, even. But like all the rest who went to the wall, he never came back. The irony of it, that I'd be the one to outlive them all, if only for a little while. And so I sit here and await the reckoning, as I rot from the inside out. The husk of the freedom fighter I aspired to be. Miss says no. This is not the ending you deserve. I will not allow it. The man he spoke of, the one whose life he chose to save at the cost of his own. That man is proof of his nobility. If he were here. Do you wish to see him again? Your dear friend? Galleon says, Howdart? More than anything. But there's no point in praying for the impossible. He died with the rest. I'm sure of it. He was the Griffin's double, and one of his top commanders besides. Galleon says, you're a kind boy, you are, and I'm grateful for the company in these twilight hours. But there's no need to trouble yourself further. My time is nearly spent. Howdart says, then spend the remainder thinking of better days, Galleon, and not dwelling on the debts of me and mine. Galleon says, God strike me down. Howdart. No, it can't be. This is not more than a trick, an illusion. But, even if it is a lie, hear me, Howdart. I've a favor to ask of you. One final favor for a dying fool. Return to the Reach. To Bloodstorm. Offer a prayer to our brothers there. Howdart says, I will, Galleon. You have my word. We should talk. Outside. Howdart says to Meffred and Galleon, you were larger than life. I always wanted to meet you, and here we are. Though I reckon this doesn't really count, does it? If only I could go back and tell myself what a blind, bloody fool I was to place my trust in the Griffin. Maybe then Galleon wouldn't be dying alone. Listen, he hasn't got much time. I'll lead the way. The wilds between here and the Reach aren't too dangerous, but as you can see, I'm unarmed, so I'll not be any good to you in a fight. Miss says, nor will I fear. We will have to rely solely on you for protection. Howdart says, I've no doubt you can keep us safe. You're the bleedin' warrior of light, after all. Let us be off. Howdart says strong as ever, stronger even than you were that day, I reckon. They say that when the Griffin's men realized you were coming to stop them, they grew panicked and unsure. How could they take up arms against a woman hailed as the hero of Eorzea? A hero who had personally intervened in their lives for the better? Some stood their ground and died then and there for it, I imagine, while others looked the other way and tried to find some more Imperials to kill. I pray I wasn't foolish enough to try and fight you. I owed you better. Miss says Howdart. Howdart. Speak to me. Howdart says I'm fine. Just got to We have to hurry, do you hear me? We have to make it to the Reach.
Okay, note to self, don't eat pizza like that because it will choke on you will choke on it.
I made a promise to Galleon. I will not fail you, brother. Miss says it cannot be the distance. We haven't traveled far enough yet. Howdart says a man's memories cannot outlive him. I told you, he hasn't got much time. And neither do I. I'll hold on as long as I can, but, in the end, it's not up to me. Howdart says so close. Miss says Howdart. You must go on. You must make Galleon whole. Remember, Howdart. Howdart says don't you think I know that? He saved my life. And we all went and died for naught. For naught. All we ever wanted was to go home. Oh come ye wayward brothers bereft of hearth and home beneath yon burning star there lies a haven for the bold. Raise up your hands and voices, let fill your hearts with pride, above the churning waters we stand strong and unified. We can still go home. Even now, after everything we have done, we can still go home.
Where's Miss? Miss is up ahead. I did aggro it. Ah, it went away. Beans.
Miss says he fell and would not rise. He began to shake and... He was so close. He could have made it. He should have made it. How cruel the gods to tempt us with this promise of redemption. We did not fail. They failed us, they failed us. We. Forgive me, forgive me. My failure is my own. I had my chance, and I squandered it. Reclaim that which was yours. As the ether flows into your soul crystal once more, from the depths of the fading abyss, you hear a whisper. It is not finished. Not yet. You will come and pray with me.
Okay, so another striking opportunity is where? Oh, it's like right here. Huh, that's too funny.
Battlescarred says it is you. The legendary adventurer instrumental in the liberation of our homeland. Though it took an army to see it through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments, both here and in faraway land. Heh, I know the type. You are a warrior, through and through, ever searching for a new challenge. A woman who lives for those moments when all hangs in the balance. Battlescarred says, did I say something odd? No, of course not. Ahem. Not far from here is a place where monks of the Fist of Ralgr once honed body and spirit, the circles of answering. And, by the grace of our Doman patron, it is reborn. She who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against her none can stand. To wit, you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and otherworldly foes. Attack them with your might and main, and should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know you have the strength to defeat them, though you may still die in the process. They are dummies, after all, and will not hit back. But that goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to stone, sky. Well, it is still the circles of answering in name, but you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot to tell you the best part, it's free. You now have access to the circles of answering, an expansion of stone, sky, sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with the battle-scarred veteran outside Ralgr's reach.
Cool. Oh, that's that one there. Never mind. Wait, let me look at my map. Is Ralgr's reach right here? Yeah, there's no point in transporting when it's literally right here. Where's up there? Oh, to kill a coal.
A storm of blood approaches fast, hell's open, heavens weep. For no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Mist says, what good are prayers to the dead? They have not ears to listen. Mist says, nor eyes to see or hearts to console. Naught remains of them save fleeting recollection soon lost to time and to the abyss. Mist says, we are left only with pain. A lingering sadness for names and faces consigned to oblivion. Mist says, how are we to withstand this relentless onslaught which threatens to consume us? Is there no truth but this, that all men must die? Is this our world to suffer, or to shape? Mist says, indeed. We are only bound by the God's law by choice. Mist says, we cannot save everyone, can we? Sometimes, it is all we can do to save ourselves. Does any of it matter? What, if aught, have we wrought by our own hands? One last time. I gave you my word, and I mean to keep it. But know this. Every intervention has come at cost. A sacrifice. When I have finished, naught will remain of me. But, it does not have to be. For all our faults, for all our failures, we have made a difference. All the lives we have shattered, we can make them come together again. Mist says, time and death, our true enemies, need hold no power over us. I can make a place for you in my world. You need only ask. Mist says, we should go back to Ishgard. You must miss it and Rial.
Just kill a coral. Do I have to kill a coral? I do. Oh, it's September the 1st. Have I unlocked Fab now? No, I haven't.
GN says Thavnair, 17.9, 16.7, Exodus Fatiga.
I obviously don't have it. Okay. Damn, could have used a nice S5. Time to go home to Skid, I guess. That sucks. Um, Man, I forgot how ugly the traditional map is.
Sidgergo says Haven. I pray your trip to Gyrobanya was productive. I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I am glad you reclaimed more of your ether. I but wish the circumstances hadn't been so depressing. For Mist's sake. We shall have to see how he is feeling when he returns. No, as far as I am aware, he has yet to return to Ishgard. He certainly isn't here, as you can see. Sidgergo says, oh, gods damn it. Don't tell me he decided to run away. And just when I was beginning to trust the little bastard. No, I could still be wrong. He's earned a little trust. Sidgergo says, gods damn it, Mist. We're going to have to track him down and make him return the remainder of the ether he stole from you, aren't we? He said that when this was finished, naught would remain of him. Bloody vague and ominous, to say the least. We'll just have to press him for answers when we find him. You last saw him at Ralgr's Reach in Gyrobanya, yes. We'll start there. Rial says I'm going to, and I won't take no for an answer. Sid's gotten better, but he's a long way from fully recovered. Besides, you'll need someone else to help you do the talking. Sid's no good at it. Resistance says looking for a young boy with long blue hair, you say? Reckon I would remember someone like that if they were to come this way. And I don't. Spoke with the fellow before me during the changing of the guard, as we do, and he made no mention of anyone matching that description either.
Excuse me.
Resistance says what's that? You're looking for that boy too, are you? I was watching some birds late the other night when I hear someone skulking about behind me. forgive me, I hear him saying, before he runs off and disappears into the dark. Resistance says then I realize it's quiet, too quiet. Sleeping birds make noise, and mine ain't. 'Cause they're dead. Every last one of them. No wounds or any other obvious marks, but there they lay, like the life was sucked right out. Resistance says I don't know how or why he did it, but there's no denying that he did. I demand recompense. If you find him, you bring him to me.
Yeah, I don't have that map.
Orella says, yes, I remember the long-haired boy. Very curious, with many questions about the nature of ether. He conversed with one of the Adder conjurers for a time. I know not what they discussed, but from his expression I gathered it was important.
What's said over there? Okay.
Sidgergus says our inspector returns. Tell us, have you learned aught of Mist's whereabouts? Seen conversing with a conjurer and possibly killing Chakabas? Not sure what to make of that. Though we can be sure he stayed here for a time. But perhaps no longer. We learned but moments ago from Jalo here that a boy matching Mist's description was seen leaving the Reach. He is for the peaks.
Is there? Oof.
No visible injuries, no bleeding. It is as Riel says, these beasts died for no discernible reason. Just like the Chakabas that man in the Reach claims Mist somehow killed. But it doesn't add up. Other than his singular magic, Mist was utterly helpless.
You
Unless,
left the
was he
Discord?
always capable of this?
Wonder why. Evna, you left.
But we know the answer already. He stole your ether when we first met.
Oh, you just took your shower and didn't want to put your headphones. Oh, okay, that's fair. I was literally
Riel
about
says
to
even if he
message
did
you
do
and
it,
ask, like,
even
what's
if he
going
did do
on?
it, why? Sidgergus says we'll ask him when we find him. And this time, you'll let me do the talking. Search the east. Riel and I will head south. We'll meet in between if we find naught, and if we do, either you...
I'm guessing you fixed the pump? Oh no, that's not good.
As you survey your surroundings, you observe naught out of the ordinary, but on the edge of hearing, you hear a whisper to the southwest.
I have no idea who you are and what. What? When did it show you subscribed? I did not get a notification you subscribed. That okay? So it's okay. Bot. What is? Revenant did not subscribe, or at least doesn't show. Oh, it did. Thank you. Your parents noticed something but didn't tell you? That's stupid. Thank you for the subscription, by the way. That's weird that my other bot didn't tell me that you subscribed either. And there was no notification in my headphones.
Right. On your guard. Mist has shown his true colors. The ether or whatever else he took from those beasts has
25
given him
months.
tremendous strength.
Wow.
Contrary to his earlier warnings, conjuring another simulacrum wasn't the end of him. And of all the wonderful people he had to pluck from our memories, he chose his stride to call in Yant. He knows why we're here, and this is his answer. He summoned the monster that haunts Riel in her dreams and sends her screaming from her bed. Mist says, "Forgive me, Sid, but you gave me no choice." Shall I ask you the same? Who holds the reins? Though it matters not. We are complicit, you and I. Mist says, "Can you even remember why you came here? Can you even remember how many you killed? How many lives shattered? How many stories ended?"
I wonder if there's a way to actually find out how many creatures you've killed.
Carved the sins of dark nights past, and yours are beyond counting. Beyond fathoming. Without end. Justice is an excuse. Nobility is a lie. Murder is murder. And though we are most definitely not without fault, it is this cruel, indifferent world which has made murderers of us all. But we need suffer no longer. I sought to make these broken souls whole, one by one, when in truth the solution was much more simple. A world beyond pain and suffering and anguish and despair, a world beyond death. A world in which we never need bid farewell to our dearest friends. Sidgergo says, "And how many beasts will you need to kill to make this world of yours? How much ether will you consume to see it through? Bloody self-righteous sophistry from a muling well." So your brilliant plan is to fill the world with simulacra of the dead, is it? And somehow that's supposed to make everyone happy? Well, you're right about one thing, I'll grant you that. This world is brutal, uncaring, without logic or justice. No justice but that which we make for ourselves. And I'll be damned if I give it up so you can force your illusions upon us to assuage your guilt. Mist says, "Did you not find comfort in your reunion with your master? Even though you knew it was a lie, did it not help you to unburden your soul? To find a measure of peace in this madness?" I am not your enemy. Not then or now. I will not fight you. All I ask is that you leave me to do my duty. It's never too late to turn back. You are still a good person. You can still be a good person. So this is your answer. Maybe you cannot accept what needs to be done. But I can. Goodbye.
Don't laugh at how bad I am at Dark Knight. Actually, that was actually an easy fight. For a second, I thought it was going to be Ochi walking out. But what the fuck?
Miss says so many broken by this world, and then by you. So many. Woe betide the man who stands opposed to the weapon of light, for death will be his reward. Death for him and his kin and all that he holds dear. Woe betide the man who stands with the weapon of light, for death will be his reward. Death for him and his kin and all that he holds dear. Like sands through the hourglass, everything we fight so desperately to protect slips through our fingers, and what remains, what remains? Is us. Only us, and the memory of our sin. To walk this path is to suffer. To sacrifice.
Damn.
Says serve. Save. Slave. Slay. I've sins aplenty, And if she wouldn't listen to me, the embodiment of good sense and pragmatism, then what hope could you possibly have? A house divided cannot stand, you know. This childish rebellion ends now.
Is this who I think it is?
Sidgergo says, what in the seven hells is this? Frey says, a compromise, I suppose.
Oh, never mind.
Our dear friend
I
here
thought
refused to let me take the reins, but I wasn't about to stand idly by while that imbecile tries to do, whatever it was he was trying to do.
I totally thought it was going to be OG. Oh my god. I was ready
No
to
hard
tear up.
feelings about White Brim, Ed. Promise not to stab you in the back. It'll be just like old times. Sidgergo says a dark knight needs a sword. Take mine. Miss says no. No. This is wrong. This... I offer you peace. Restitution. A chance to make amends. Do not think you are above it. Do not think that a reckoning will be postponed indefinitely.
This feels like endgame content.
Frey says when it comes, I shall welcome it with open arms. But today will not be the day, and you will not be the judge.
It almost feels like this is the end of the Dark Knight storyline. That's what it almost feels like. Warrior of Darkness? Ah, hello, friend. No! I was so close. I was so damn close. Duty complete. Wow. I don't know what made that so much easier. But that's the level 70 quest for Dark Knight done.
Miss says forgive me, forgive me. I ask, I beg, I pray, but it never... Again they go to join the multitude in the black oblivion of the abyss. Frey says such is our lot. Such is the fate of all who are born, to suffer and to die. Frey says do not seek forgiveness, for it will not ease the burden. It weighs as it should. Miss says but what of the lost? Do they not deserve to live again? Rial says they do. In our hearts and our souls and our memories. No one likes having to say goodbye. But it's a part of life. That's what makes the time we share together so precious. Rial says you can't obsess over the mistakes of the past, or you'll lose sight of the future. Of the people still with us, who need us more than ever. Sidrigu says the greatest strength is born of the flame in the abyss. Frey says listen to my voice. Listen to our heartbeat. Listen, I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you. Miss says thank you. That is all I ever wanted. Miss says so, this is it. One last parting. One final farewell, after a in your darkest hour, in the blackest night, think of me, and I will be with you. Always. For where else could I go? Who else could I love but you?
At least I know there's something else at 80.
Sidrigu says you'll forgive us for returning to Ishgard ahead of you, I hope. I needed some time to think on everything that happened in Gyra Banya. I won't pretend to know everything you've been through in your life. A man can never truly understand what's in another's heart, and probably not their own, for that matter. I'm pretty much rambling at this point, but I suppose what I'm trying to say is that I'm grateful for everything you've done for me and Rial. I like you. I respect you. And I'll always be here for you, if you need me. We're fellow walkers of the path, after all. And friends, I'd like to think. Rial says I've been wondering. Mist appeared at the same time the soul crystal cracked, yes. But which happened first? And why then and there? Sidrigu says damned if I know. Does anyone truly understand how soul crystals work? What matters is that the crystal and Haven have been made whole. That said, a heart bleeds, a man weeps, a soul burns. Thence comes the darkness, to consume. And few hearts have bled as much as hers. Rial says speaking of bleeding, I think your wounds have reopened. If you would sit, it would be much easier for me to tend to them. You should get some rest too, Haven. Not all wounds are so obvious. Sidrigu says out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, praise Halon. She's right, though. No need to overdo it by running off to the next battle just yet. If you must put one foot in front of the other, though, why don't you go back to where this whole damn mess began? Maybe you'll have an epiphany.
Return to where it all began. Oh, that's just outside here. Where's the damn staircase? It's so dark in here.
Says What troubles you, Mistress Tia? Count says but of course. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. At times like these, one should be warming themselves by the fire. Not a day goes by without your name being spoken, you know. The soldiers and merchants often bring us news of your latest exploits. That said, to hear it from the hero herself would be much preferable. But there would be no expectation were you to call on us. The pleasure of your company alone would be more than enough. Rare though I expect it will be in the days to come. But your destiny was never to remain here, was it? Though a part of me wishes that you would. Forgive me. I find myself growing more and more sentimental in my old age, and in working on my memoirs, I have had to reflect on the darker chapters of my life. Orchifant lived his to the fullest, and if his story is preserved for generations to come, then I should be glad of it.
It's the second time this stream they've mentioned Ochi.
For you are family. Now, go. Do not let me keep you from your labors. The world waits for none, not even you.
$290 gear. Ooh. I'm gonna have to add that to my repertoire. The Blackest
This
Night.
includes the Dark Knight quests for Final Fantasy XIV, Stormblood. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must Final Fantasy XIV, Shadowbringers must be registered to your service account. You must have completed the main scenario quest Shadowbringers. You must have completed the role quest to have loved and lost.
Best Dark Knight move ever.
Once you have done so, the next Dark Knight quest will be available from Citrigoo.
What should I put on my hotbar? Is it already on my hotbar? Oh, I already have it on number 5. Good to know. Oh, it's a shield. Good to awesome. I need to move crap. What was uh-oh. Uses 3,000. Yeah, I see that. 3,000. And it's best when you're using water one when you get the tank buster. Gotcha. And I need to move my blood gauge because it is with now where the new map is, or the because I went back to the non-modded map. It's hard to see, but now I can see it. So time to do MSQ unless wait, how much stuff do I have in my journal? I have 14 quests. 1400. Dark Knight, do you have everything you need? Oh, you don't. I have nothing. Wow. Yeah.
Pushy says a Rogadan samurai and a maiden? Never seen him. Now, if you don't have any business with me, make way for someone who does. This doesn't seem to be the pawnbroker you seek. Perky says we might have had customers like those you describe. So many people come through, it's difficult to remember. Perhaps you could jog my memory by making a purchase? No. Well, you can't blame a woman for trying. This doesn't seem to be the pawn. Pleasant says welcome, good madam, welcome. Will you be buying ore? Pleasant says so you have heard tell of the Rogadan Samurai's katana. Small wonder, it is a fine example of its kind. One moment. Alphanod says dare I hope you have found our pawnbroker? Alphanod says excellent work, Haven. And that is the katana? Yujiri says
Is your hair
no
still
doubt.
wet, Revna?
It is Gosetsu's blade. Master says the craftsmanship is exquisite, is it not? And you will be pleased to know that the pledge has just expired.
Oh, okay.
I should
GG,
be
level
glad
up
to
to
sell
level
it to you,
2.
assuming you have the coin. This is no ordinary weapon, you understand, and it is priced accordingly. But if you are serious, I suggest you act quickly, as several noted collectors have already expressed an interest. Yujiri says the blade represents conclusive proof of Gosetsu's survival. I suppose this could be considered a necessary cost in securing his safe return, yet it is not a decision I can make alone, least of all when our nation has scarce begun to rebuild.
I'll pay for the coin.
Yujiri says nay, my friend. Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot ask this of you. It is enough to know that Gosetsu is alive and well. Alphanod says Yujiri, wait. The science will buy the katana. Pray consider it a gift. Yujiri says Master Alphanod, your kindness is touching, truly. Yet, in matters of coin, would Mistress Tater not expect to be consulted?
Shadow spends coin left but instead of
Alphanod
without even
says, "Come on.
asking.
Our friend would never have relinquished his blade were the need not great. And are we not bound by honor to help a friend in need? I say we are, and I am sure Tater will wholeheartedly agree. Master says it's settled, then. You have made a wise choice, my friend, such pieces are few and far between. Now, if you would be so good as to come this way, I shall prepare the necessary papers. Yujiri says if I may ask, sir, after he visited your establishment, do you perchance know where the old samurai went? He is our friend, and we would return his weapon to him. Master says a friend of yours, you say? I see. Well then, I suppose there can be no harm in telling you. No sooner had I provided him with the requested sum than his pretty young companion began clamoring for dango. I duly recommended those served at the Umaniko tea house, and thither did they set off. Alphanod says, clamoring for dango? Can these truly be the same people? It makes no sense. Yujiri says some manner of code, perhaps. But it avails us not to speculate. Let us go to this tea house and see if we can pick up their trail. UME says, but of course I remember. How could I forget a pair like that? The most beautiful girl you'll ever see, scoffing down Dango as if her life depended on it while the old samurai looked on. Not quite what he expected, I'll wager. UME says, far be it from me to gossip about my customers, but he was planning to spirit her away across the Ruby Sea, out of the reach of her family, no doubt. When the girl had finally had her fill, they set off in the direction of the Shioka's hostelry, presumably to find someone discreet with a boat. Yujiri says, so Gosetsu makes for Doma. But this woman who travels with him. The more I hear about her, the more I wonder if she can truly be Yatsuyu. Yujiri says, while doubts remain over the identity of Gosetsu's traveling companion, for now we can but follow the trail. Yujiri says, come, let us away to the pier, and make ready to sail. With luck, Alisai will already have joined Master Saraban and Mistress Tater there.
Here too. Oh.
Saraban says, excellent timing, my friends. Mistress Alisai arrived mere moments ago. Alisai says, all went well at my end. Yodo met with an imperial officer and wheedled his way to some new information. Alisai says, it seems the troops who recently arrived in Kyogana came directly from Garlemald. The Imperials based here have been kept in the dark. And that's not all. A contingent of the aforementioned troops are preparing for deployment to the Ruby Sea. If I didn't know better, I'd say they'd picked up Gosetsu's trail. Alphanod says, then your information matches ours. We are quite certain that Gosetsu seeks to cross to the mainland. Tater says, I'm sorry, did I hear that right? You used Scion funds to buy Gosetsu's katana, at the asking price? Alphanod says, well, we were in some haste, and it seemed a worthwhile gesture. Speaking of which, here is the contract of sale. Pray see that the man is paid. Tater says, Thals, beard. You agreed to this? Give me. Well, it's not like the search can wait. You'd best be on your way. Tater says, but Alphanod, we need to talk. I want you to come straight to the offices as soon as you get back. Promise me. Alphanod says, oh. Very well. I shall call upon you as soon as. Saraban says, first, let us go to the Ruby Price. If Gosetsu has already set sail, the sentries there are sure to have seen him. Alphanod says, Tater seemed rather vexed, did she not? Ever the melodramatist. I am sure our finances can stretch to a single sword. Alphanod says, remind me to explain the value of such gestures when we next see her. Ah, but I digress. We have work to do.
What was the old way of bidding?
Right. I suggest we begin by learning what we can from the sentries.
Uh-oh.
What's going on out there?
Travelers, are you? You may wish to postpone your plans. The Garleans have launched an attack on the Confederacy. We have no reason to believe they'll turn their attention here, but for your own safety, I suggest you return to Kugane.
Level 23 million till you hit. Wow.
The Garleans bear no love for the Confederacy, but with Doma lost to them, why would they attack? Unless...
Unless Yotsuyu is on that island.
Even if she isn't, our allies are under attack and they need our help.
We will help them, while you remain with Soroban. Arguing will only delay us. Is that clear?
Dammy says Exodus S rank dash the locks, 14.0, 20.5.
Fine, but you haven't heard the last of this.
Soroban, we may need to make a swift exit. See that the boat is ready to sail at a moment's notice.
It shall be done.
What, and you're going to swim there, are you?
'Tis the quickest way, and you may rest assured I've been practicing.
Look at that sass.
Yeah!
Come.
Your defense is nothing. Leave this to me.
Lady Yotsuyu, we're here to rescue you. Please, come with us. Stay back, Tsuyu.
Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Gozetsu!
Damn it, we took too long. Change of plan. Eliminate hostiles. All forces, attack!
Is it already 2 o'clock? Oh my god. Excuse me. Yeah, I need to go to the store and get dinner. What are we having for dinner tonight? When tanks don't use their cooldowns in level 99 dungeon? What cooldowns? We don't have cooldowns.
The art of my forebears.
I'm stunned. Jesus, what's with this AoE? Jesus, what's with this AoE?
Gosetsu, thank the heavens.
Yugiri, my friends, the Kami were kind to guide your steps this way.
It's over. The Imperials are retreating. I suppose we have you to thank for that. But they would never have come here were it not for her. I had a bad feeling the moment your samurai friend arrived with that woman in tow.
Do not be afraid, Suyu. These people are my friends.
Friends.
Forgive me, but at the risk of souring the mood, I believe you owe us an explanation. You may start by telling us what happened at Doma Castle.
Of course. I'll not begrudge you that. As you know, we were trapped inside the keep when it collapsed. But even as the roof crumbled above us, so too did the floor below. We were swept out into the One River, where we would surely have drowned had a stout wooden door not chanced to float by, offering us a raft of sorts. Exhausted, we drifted out to sea, at the mercy of the tides, which saw fit to dispense us on a desert island.
She was with you the entire time.
Aye. 'Twas her kimono which saved her from Hien's blade, believe it or not. Some Garlean witchcraft in the weave. But it offered precious little protection against the fall.
That's so weird,
Though
it's
she
not updating.
survived, she awoke bereft of all her memories, and speaking like a child.
A trick, surely.
That was my first thought, aye. And I contemplated cutting her down and being done with it. Contemplated it long and hard. Yet the Kami saw fit to deliver us from certain death. 'Twas their will that we survive, both of us, together. And together we shall go before our master. He shall be the one to judge.
Judge what?
She's your prisoner, old man. Do with her as you will. Call her Tsuyu, or whatever else tickles your fancy.
'Twas a name given out of necessity whilst on the road. Nothing more.
As you say. But remember this. Our people suffered much at that woman's hands. When the time comes, I trust you won't let emotion blind you to what needs to be done.
You have my word.
Well, I must be going. I have an unholy mess to clean up. You should be on your way too, before the Imperials decide to take another tilt. Oh, and we'll overlook the tithe this once. You're welcome.
Alphinaud says as Tansui says, we should move on. It would not do for Yatsuyu to be seen here. Now, if I know my sister, she will already be waiting with the boat at the nearby pier. Let's go and see if I'm right.
That's such a true statement, Kiku. What is Heaven Sense? It's level 60 blue quest I haven't done. Whee! Whoop!
Alisai says Gosetsu. Thank the gods you're safe. It was all I could do to watch the battle from afar. Saraban says and it was all I could do to restrain her. Alisai says can you blame me for worrying? Strong as Haven is, anything could happen in the chaos. But enough about me. We need to talk about her. Yatsuyu says greetings. Alisai says they tell me you've lost your memory, and that's fine. But I want you to know something, I won't be taking my eyes off you. Not for a moment. Yatsuyu says these people are strange. Are you sure they're your friends? Gosetsu says I am. They may behave strangely, but I trust them with my life. You have not to fear. Yatsuyu says all right, if you say so. Yujiri says. Alphinaud says right. 'Tis past time we set sail. I for one would not keep Lord Hein waiting without due cause. Saraban says and the longer we tarry, the more we risk inviting trouble. Lest you forget, the Red Kojin bear no love for Yatsuyu either. Saraban says I shall deliver you to familiar shores, near Isari but out of the villager's sight. Saraban said, Haven, when you are not otherwise occupied, I would speak with you about my next business venture. It promises to be extremely lucrative, and I do not say so lightly. Saraban says after the prodigious sum spent acquiring a certain sword, it would present a fine opportunity to refill the Scion's coffers and restore the smile to Mistress Tateru's face. Alphinaud says oh, come along, Tateru was overreacting. How much could a single katana possibly cost?
I don't think you want to know the answer to that question.
Alisai says far more than you think, plainly.
Oh yeah.
A blade like Gosetsu's is worth a fortune. Enough to buy a house and furnish it, which you would know had you bothered to check the price. Alphinaud says what? I had no idea. Alphinaud says this business venture of Saraban's, you will give it fair hearing, I trust? He has been good to us, after all. As for me, I think I shall look into drawing upon my personal funds. Saraban says you would know more of my venture? Excellent. I should be glad to tell you all I know, though perhaps it would be easier to let our anonymous client speak for his or herself. Here, their missive. Anonymous says, for the Ruby Sea and all who call her home, we seek the aid of the warrior who laid low the lord of the rebel. But first, we bid her make haste to Hell's Lit and quell the ONI that dwell in its deepest depths. Should she succeed in this test, we shall speak of the true endeavor and consummate reward. Saraban says, a strange proposal, though it must be noted that they knew both of your deeds and of our part in them. Saraban says the Red have no love of trickery, so I doubt it a trap of theirs. And should this client have honest intentions, then for the sake of these waters, it may behoove us to engage them further. Saraban says, as for their test, enclosed with the missive was a magic dagger, along with instructions as to how it may be used to open a hidden passage into the depths of Hell's Lit. I should mention that this dagger is old and exceedingly valuable. That our client was willing to entrust it to us without a guarantee of our cooperation bespeaks considerable wealth, and more importantly, considerable reward. Saraban says, if you are willing to undertake their trial, I shall journey to Hell's Lit and prepare to open the path. But given the financial incentive, I think it for the best if I went and fetched Mistress Tateru. Wait for us there, then. Yutari says we must meet with Lord Hein as soon as possible, though mayhap not at the Enclave. I will send word requesting that he receive us at the House of the Fierce, where there are fewer prying eyes. Yutari says if all are in agreement, I shall scout ahead and see that the way is clear. Pray follow as swiftly as you are able, and join me on the outskirts of Nemahi. Yutari says all is well? Yutari says good. The others are hiding nearby. Let us proceed, quietly, if you please.
My lord here, I am returned.
Save your tears for the morrow. For we who yet walk the path should not think too much on the destination. When the hour arrives, we shall welcome what comes with open arms. And welcome it you did, even as the keep fell down around us. At that moment, in your smile, I spied a shred of hope. One which I have clung to ever since. Gosetsu, full glad am I to see you alive and well.
We have played this scene before, have we not? Though this time our roles are reversed.
That they are. Meaning you know how I feel. Wholly at a loss for words. Welcome back, old friend. Now then, though we rejoice at your return, it seems you have brought with you certain complications. Rise, my friend. Tell me everything. The Empire is bold indeed to send a token force to engage the Confederacy.
As acting Viceroy, Yotsuyu would have been privy to Imperial secrets. The Garleans will not soon give up the chase.
Nay, it will end with her capture, or her death.
Are you a friend, too?
She claims to have lost her memory, though I know not if she speaks true. I brought her here that you might decide her fate.
Lost her memory, you say? Regardless, the people have not forgotten. Her face yet haunts their dreams. She cannot roam free. We will hold her here for a time. Place her in Jufia's care, with the express instruction that she is not to be seen.
Yes, my lord. Come.
No, I don't want to.
What happened?
Don't let her take me away!
It's all right, Suyu. I will come with you. Be a good girl, and listen to Yugiri.
From a hound at his throat to a puppy at his heel. If this is an act, it is a remarkable performance.
Report them.
Hein says thank you for delivering Gosetsu back to us in one piece. We are lucky indeed to have friends who would journey to the other side of the world to help us, and repeatedly, at that. Hein says we have much and more to think upon, but as regards the Empire, we can but watch and wait. Hein says now then, seeing as you've come all this way, you must allow me to show you around the Enclave.
Welcome
I
back.
will not have you thinking we've been idle in your absence. Hein says the rebuilding effort proceeds apace, I'm pleased to say, and we are now ready to welcome home our countrymen who were displaced by the war. Should they so desire it, there is a place here for those who fly to meet or
I got out of the shower. That tank was so mean to me.
I'm sorry.
Invitation, Lord Hein. And I have no doubt that your subjects at Revenant's Toll will
He
be happy to
didn't.
hear that
He
their lord has
used
not forgotten
Blackest
them.
Night once on the first pull. And that was all he used.
Wow.
Says,
I only have so much healing as a scholar to give you.
And Yujiri would be back by now.
I'm not popping out all of my moves
Yujiri says,
on the first pull.
My lord,
nope.
Captain Jifwe is nowhere to be found. Hein says, oh. He was here when I arrived.
But
Gosetsu
whatever.
says for now, we have taken Yotsuya to a private chamber and assigned another to watch over her, my lord. But I find it passing strange that the captain should leave his post with nary a word. Alphanod says that does seem most unusual. If you mean to look for the man, we would be happy to assist you. Yujiri says we should be glad of the help. While I search without, mayhap you could ask our soldiers here if they know anything. Hein says I will join you. Yujiri says with respect, my lord, you should remain here. Should the Empire move against us, you will be better able to coordinate our response. Heinz says ha. And there I was thinking I was in charge. But you have the right of it. Go on, then. I will mind the house.
Oh, there's an A rank here in Yachts now. Oh wait, I can't report that one because apparently they still
Aname
do
says you seek the captain.
Stormblood
He passed by a little while ago.
Trains.
Aname says I
Oh.
wondered if I should tell someone, as it happens. He did not look well, you see. I asked if what was the matter and he told me the past had caught up with him. But I doubt it was that. There are older men in our ranks. Kaidate says Captain Jifwe. He was headed for the northern entrance when I saw him last. I was going to invite him to train with us, but he did not hear me call out to him. If you need him, I dare say the sentry on duty will be able to tell you more. Indeed, I suggested as much to Mistress Elisi when she came asking earlier. Is something amiss? Liberation says the captain went outside some few bells ago, and looking quite unwell, I am sorry to say. This I mentioned to Lord Gosetsu, who straightway struck out after him. I hope they will be alright. Elisi says Gosetsu too. It seems everyone is bent on joining the search. Elisi says that's all well and good, but someone has to stay behind. There's no telling what the Empire is plotting. Elisi says you go on, Haven. Alphanaut and I shall hold the fort.
Where is that? Oh, okay. The Novice Network has been bitching about, if you've been looking at the chat at all, they've been bitching about the cost of housing and then how bots have been so easy to, there have been so many bots since Dawntrail came out.
It's not even like they put housing in Dawntrail, though.
I know.
Your Lord Ian.
They haven't even put housing in Shadowbringers.
Say nothing of this. I was never here.
I would kill for a house in Shadowbringers.
There you are.
Castellium?
Yeah.
A lot of people want the moon.
Lord Gosetsu, forgive me my abrupt disappearance.
The moon would be pretty cool, too.
Yeah.
You have your reasons.
But I don't know if they're going to add any more housing.
Pretty much from what they were, from what people have determined, is as long as they have housing available as of like, because from what one of the mentors was saying, maybe only about 60% of all houses across all servers are being used. So that's probably why they haven't added housing.
They should just shrink the plots, shrink the places where houses aren't being used, and build different housing elsewhere.
Yeah, but they want to make it so every server has it, so. But only 60% of all servers have housing that's full. And according to the one mentor, the last time they bought in housing, it was because it reached 80% of all houses used.
It was as if she had given up on life. She seemed more a doll than a woman. There was no profession for her.
And they just added a whole
And so it
housing across Dynamis is basically empty.
to drown themselves
So because of that,
bottomless
Yeah, because nobody wants to be on Dynamis. Because it's like a dead server, because they added it after Endwalker, and then they released Dawn Trail, which wasn't nearly as busy as I think they were expecting.
Yeah.
Well, you came to serve the Liberation Front.
'Tis said that the atrocities Yotsuyu committed were driven by vengeance. If so, I bear part of the blame for creating the monster she became. Joining the front was meant to be my atonement. But the truth is, I am a coward, whose only thought was to escape her wrath. Then as now.
I see. Then I shall recommend that you be assigned to a new post. I trust you have no objections, Yulgiri?
None. It would not do to leave Yotsuyu in his care.
I am in your debt.
Who is it that you seek to protect, Kozetsu? Idle musings. Pray, pay me no mind.
Yujiri says forgive me, now is not the time for brooding. Come, let us rejoin the others.
What's up?
Someone in the party just put F you, and then said, sorry, that was for someone in the FC.
Where is the... Where's the damn entrance?
Other tank that's not using cooldowns, so that's pretty cool.
What's a cooldown? I don't understand this mystical word.
If I could punch you through my screen, I'd do it.
I know you would.
And he's a gunbreaker too, which makes this even worse.
That's like the worst tank.
I love Gunbreaker, it's so fun.
I do not like it. I only use it because I've unlocked it, right?
You don't like my little Gunbreaker?
I don't like Gunbreaker. I think it's because of how much I love Gunbreaker in Final Fantasy VIII.
Heinz says I would not presume to
That
over the realm.
it just feels it just feels like it doesn't. It honestly doesn't feel like how the Gunbreaker is, right?
But the question of what
Because the Warrior of Light
on the move once more.
in Final Fantasy VIII, which is Squall or Leon, if you're playing from Kingdom Hearts point of view, is a Gunbreaker. So it just doesn't feel right.
While you were out searching
I just
for Jacob,
died because I was
we
paying
received word from our
attention.
Shinobi allies. An Imperial airship has been sighted over Doman soil.
To my tank.
Our visitor's objective remains unclear. It may be another attempt to recover Yatsuyu, or a prelude to invasion.
Why don't I remember
Han
Yatsuyu?
says either way, the craft reportedly advances at
Really?
speed, and appears bound for Castrum Fluminus. I mean to go there and ascertain their intent.
Was Yatsuyu in Stormblood or
If we ride out
just
in force,
post
it will
Stormblood?
only end one way, so we shall keep our numbers to a minimum. Yujiri.
Because I don't really
can
remember
count on you?
Yatsuyu.
Yujiri says yes, my lord. Alphinaud says
I
Alysai
really
and I would fain
couldn't
play our
tell
part
you.
as well. We will not stand idly by while a common foe threatens the lands of our friends and allies. Han says we would be glad of the help. You are acquainted with Hakuro, I believe. Then I bid you seek him out and assist in maintaining order in the Enclave. When the people see an Imperial airship, they are liable to panic. I would have you reassure them, and, should it come to it, aid in their evacuation. Alphinaud says very well. We shall depart at once. Dude.
She started, her first quest was in the beginning of...
Han says the Empire may well be after Yatsuyu. You are to remain here and guard her until my return.
So she started in a level
Setsu
62
says,
quest, and she was
Great state
her
post related and
last
Yujiri.
quest she was involved in was
Han says well,
post
well.
the
Guard the people,
end
not a
of
breath of
post
protest. Now I have seen
storm.
it all.
Oh, I mean, post
To Castrum
storm or
Fluminus, then. Let us find out what the Empire's game is.
yeah, post storm. Where is that? Oh. I'm totally going the wrong way. Wait. Where the hell is the other exit? Is there only one exit here? Gatekeeper.
Tank your cooldown.
Liberation says my
have to keep using all my high level cooldowns. It's
That
so
sucks.
frustrating.
Wait, which am I going to go? This one. Oh, that one's closer. Oh, that's MSQ. Okay.
Heinz says the area is secure. Whatever our visitors' purpose, they plainly believe they can achieve. The craft should come into view at any moment. Let us await them inside the Castro.
A smoke signal? Thoughts, Yugiri?
In former times, such signals were used to announce the coming of an emissary of peace. In Doma, at least. But could that truly be their intent?
Who can say? Whatever they want, we cannot simply blast them out of the sky. Not when they were so gracious as to honor one of our cherished traditions. I would not have it said that we Domans want for propriety.
Then I shall go and reconnoiter.
Nay, that won't be necessary. We will meet them openly. I would welcome this student of Dorman history in person, whomsoever he or she may be.
As you wish, my lord. I shall arrange for a signal of our own to be fired in answer.
Well, that we should be received by the Lord of Doma himself.
I but afford an emissary of peace the courtesy he is due. Welcome to Doma, my lord.
Ah, where are my manners? I am Asahi Sus Brutus, Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Garlemald.
He is heir to the Naiuri clan, and Yotsu's stepbrother.
It seems I need not introduce myself, not in the presence of the famed Yugiri Mistwalker. Your skills as a shinobi are known far and wide, my lady. It is true. The former acting viceroy is my sister. Yet, bonds of kinship aside, we have precious little in common. As will soon become plain, I come not to sow strife, but to end it. I am of the Populares, a collective which represents the interests of the common man. Long have we labored to bring about reform to the Empire's provincial policy. Happily for us, our master acknowledges the need for change. Indeed, His Radiance, Emperor Varys Zos Galvus, personally sanctioned this mission, granting me the authority to speak with his voice. To negotiate peace with Doma.
Well then, we have much to discuss. Will you accompany me to my
Hey,
home?
Brittany. I see you in chat. How are you?
Gladly, my lord.
Oh, you're just randomly calling people out.
She just popped in. It popped up on my screen that that one of my mods came in. So I was like, oh.
Heinz says we shall escort our guests across the river to the Enclave. Yujiri, pray go on ahead to the Izuka Manor docks and see that the ferries are ready.
You know, I haven't done any of my dailies yet.
Yikes.
Have you done yours?
No, I haven't done my dailies yet.
Yikes. What is this? You have a blue quest for me.
Mercantile says all are free to travel.
I don't know what this is. The Doman Enclave. But you have a blue quest for me. Must be a flight quest because I can't fly here.
Kozakura says, oh, Haven. It is a rare honor indeed to receive heroes such as you. Pray allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kozakura, and I manage the accounts of the Shazenkai. Oh, but you must be unfamiliar with our organization. Forgive me, forgive me. At present, we are largely concerned with facilitating the reconstruction and revitalization of the Enclave.
What's the Doman Enclave?
We have our work cut out for us. It's quite fortuitous actually, you being here.
What is
I
the
had mind to
Doman
petition your
Enclave?
assistance.
Yeah. Apparently I just unlocked it.
It's another place where you go to do your Boja weapons.
It's rather difficult to converse while
Oh,
staring
okay.
at one's feet. And you would doubtless
So I don't
benefit from
really
an
need to do
explanation.
it yet.
No.
Oh, okay.
As you may know, the Enclave was once the economic and cultural center of Doma. Alas, it suffered terrible devastation at the hands of the Empire both during and following the failed rebellion of yesteryear. That it and other ruins might stand as testament to the folly of resistance, extensive reconstruction was forbidden by the Imperial Viceroy. Of course, that is no longer a concern. At long last, we are free to rebuild the Enclave, to restore the heart of our once great nation and show the world that Doma lives on. Kozakura says, but as I said before, we have our work cut out for us. We have limited funds and material resources, not to mention a lack of skilled craftsmen. Which brings me back to the matter I wish to discuss with you, that of our brothers and sisters in Eorzea, the refugees that settled in Revenant's Toll. I am given to understand that they have worked closely with the local leadership to build and maintain much of the settlement. Many new trades before they left, and those that did not doubtless learned that they might earn their keep. If they were to return home and aid us in the reconstruction effort, it would be a tremendous boon. Would you be willing to speak with them on our behalf? Heinz says, Haven. Taken an interest in the Shazenkai. Well, this seems as good a time as any to discuss the matter. I am grateful beyond measure to you and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn for welcoming Yujiri and my people in their hour of need. As the beneficiaries of this kindness, they have made every effort to repay you and the people of Revenant's Toll. Nevertheless, we here bear a responsibility as well. Kozakura, if you would be so kind. Kozakura says yes, my lord. Heinz says we will send them a considerable gift as a gesture of gratitude and goodwill. However, I would like that missive to be delivered to the Adventurers Guild representative in advance.
Yay! Level 100.
Nice.
If you were to personally
Didn't take you that long to get
I would be
the
honored.
what, 23 million?
No, because each dungeon
Excellent.
at the end is like,
I knew I could count
here,
on you,
have
my friend.
15 million experience
Pardon my
points.
interruption.
Wow.
Kozakura. I look forward to seeing your progress.
How much did I get for that last boss? I got 5.6 million for the last boss.
For one boss. Wow.
And the boss before that, I got 4.4.
Kozakura says, oh dear. I hope we don't disappoint him. Anyway, I'll not keep you. Thank you again for the assistance, and safe travels.
So you get close to like 10 or 11 million per boss.
And let's see, my entire level 70 level is only 2 million. 3 million.
It's a lot of XP.
Enclave. Yujiri says Lord Hein and I will accompany the Imperial delegation on the first fair. When you are ready, speak with the boatman and join us on the other side.
Oh, that's too funny. Oops.
Mercantile said.
Went back to where I was.
What if I put a 15-foot skeleton up in our yard? What would you do?
In the FC house or in our house?
In our house.
I'd be okay with that.
I don't want flowers, I want the giant skeleton.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna look at ordering pizza.
You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in the Doman Enclave. The One River is now...
Do the Hawaiian.
Hawaiian is good.
Hawaiian pizza.
Do you know Hawaiian pizza was actually made in Montreal for the first time?
Do you know this Hawaiian pizza doesn't actually have ham on it? It has bacon.
It has both, actually. The original Hawaiian pizza should have Canadian bacon and bacon.
Heinz says there you are, Haven. So, first things first, what do you think of the Enclave? I must say, I'm quite proud of what my countrymen have accomplished in the time. We even have an Etherete now, courtesy of the Onish issue. Be sure and attune to it, would you? Once it has the Warrior of Light seal of approval, people might actually start using the thing. But on to the matter at hand, the ambassador and his retinue are at my hall, taking their ease ahead of the negotiations. I want you there when the talking starts.
$25 for pizza.
Wow. That's what
I sent a message to the Empire that E or Z
that's what I paid for an extra large pepperoni for me and Nolan last night.
In this game of nations, such gestures carry weight.
Well, we each paid half.
You had money to buy
And should you
pizza?
feel uneasy about
We each had half. We each paid for half.
I will also be there.
I dipped into some of my event money.
And look imposing. Say you'll come.
Yikes. Yikes.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I knew I could count on
I'm
you.
gonna get my sage to level 100 and then
When you are
do
ready,
DPS,
come and join me at my humble abode, the key.
Oh wait, what was the new move I got as a scholar?
It's broken at the moment.
Sarah.
Kienkin says Lord Heinz.
Huh. I ran out of room on my hotbar.
Do you see now why I keep 10 hotbars on my screen?
Oh, no, I'm good. I just...
From what I understand, without mods, you need 4 full hotbars to use all your level 100 skills.
I offer you my humblest thanks. Never did I imagine that I would meet the gallant and noble Lord of Dorma himself, nor be welcomed into his magnificent hall.
That's what they were saying in the network.
You'll forgive me if we...
The level 100, you would actually have to use 4 full hotbars.
To negotiate peace.
I mean, that sounds like a...
Unless I am mistaken.
I guess if you put everything out, but like...
are typically conducted between sovereign nations.
I don't.
Yeah.
I was not aware that the Emperor had recognized...
I mean, I have the stuff that I need.
Yeah.
His Radiance has yet to do so, that much is true. Know, however, that he has expressed willingness to cede Dorma to her ancestral masters and treat with her as a friend.
Okay.
Since the days of Emperor Solus, the Empire has aggressively
I can go renew my mentor
territory.
status too while I'm at it.
That's a good idea.
While you may not agree with our founding father's policy of expansion, I believe there is room for discussion on the matter of his lifelong goal, to rid the world of icons.
Actually don't even know if Sage got any
Icons are a
traits.
blight upon this star. They cannot be suffered to exist.
Philosophia?
This you know as well
That's
as
the
we.
only thing we got.
In his wisdom, Emperor Varus wishes to explore the possibility of an alliance to combat this common threat. On the condition that Dorma renounce his summoning and pledges to police the Cordian's practice of it, his Radiance would extend the hand of friendship.
Oh, I can't become a mentor.
Why?
Doma has
Because
never
I haven't
shown any
completed my
appetite
level
for
100
summoning,
tank role quest and
and
my
it should go
level
without saying
100
that we will
melee
address
DPS
any threat
or
to our
ranged
people,
tank quest yet.
icon
Oh.
or otherwise.
That's fine. Totally understandable.
With regard to the Kojin, I must stress that they only resorted to summoning under extreme provocation. When the Ruby Sea was at peace and their sacred relics safe, they looked not to their kami for protection. Yet even now there are certain parties who would destabilize the region with ill-conceived military forays. Unless they alter their course, we cannot hope to be rid of icons.
Quite. I can but apologize. In seeking to eliminate icons, the Empire creates them. 'Tis an irony among ironies, one with which the people of Eorzea are well acquainted, I am told.
I've lost my
Indeed,
returnal
many
bonus.
summonings are the result of persecution. The
No.
weak being driven
Like
forward by the
literally
divine from
during the
different
stream,
from the
I've lost
strong.
it.
So it was in Alamigo,
No.
the bitter fruit of Garlean oppression.
Did you just get kicked out of the
A
Nope,
tragic
because I'm
state
still a
of
novice,
affairs.
so.
If we are to put an end to summoning once and for all, it shall not be through might, but harmony. Yet we continue to repeat our mistakes, oblivious to the lessons of history. My comrades and I would change all that. We,
Yeah, because I'm
popularized,
considered
have
still a
campaigned
sprout
long
because I have
and
not
hard
beat
for a
Endwalker yet
shift
or
in
injured
imperial
Endwalker yet.
policy. And at last,
Um,
the Emperor has seen fit to lend us an ear.
I will be able to.
Alas, there is a faction within Garlemald
I'll be able to keep this until I hit Endwalker.
attempt at reform. A collection of pure-blooded Garleans who seek to consolidate their own supremacy. The Optimates. Lest you wonder, theirs was the hand that loosed our forces on the Confederacy. 'Twas a regrettable incident, one that flies in the face of everything we believe. And I swear to do all in my power to prevent a reoccurrence.
That would be most welcome. But if I may speak plain, if the Empire itself is not of one mind, how can we be certain that any peace we negotiate will be honored?
I cannot blame you for doubting us. Indeed, I should find it strange if you did not. And so, in the name of building trust, I would like to make a proposal. A prisoner exchange. Under Garlean rule, no few Dormans were conscripted into the Imperial Army. We would repatriate them in return for those of ours you captured in the recent conflict. Naturally, any exchange would include the acting Viceroy.
Yotsu? What makes you think we have her?
Forgive me, my lord. Was it not your wish to speak plain? Let us not play games. I desire only to work to our mutual benefit. The Optimates tried and failed to take my sister by force. I would succeed by peaceable means, thereby strengthening my party's hand. 'Twould be a lie to say I would not also be glad of my sister's safe return.
A fellow plain speaker. How refreshing. Very well. Your proposal has merit, but I will need time to consider it.
Of course, my lord. May we remain in Dorma until you have come to a decision?
You shall be our honored guests. Yugiri, I leave the ambassador and his retinue in your care. See that they are well looked after.
You have our gratitude, Lord Hien. We shall look forward to your answer.
Hein says, well, that was unexpected. Alisai says, you can say that again. I still don't know quite what to make of it all. But on the surface, a prisoner exchange does seem a good way to begin.
So you're gonna lose your mentor
Can
status
they be trusted?
until when they release 7.1 in 3
Hein
weeks.
says, they had not to gain by divulging the details of their
You have
internal
3
divisions.
weeks to get it back,
As
eh?
it stands, we have no reason to doubt them. But the ambassador's mention of Yatsuyu left me ill at ease. It made this
Revna?
grand talk of peace seem uncannily like a lengthy
Yay.
preamble.
Yeah, so when 7.1 comes out in 3 weeks,
Alphinaud says
you will
you think this
lose
might
your
all be
mentor
a ruse to
status unless
facilitate
you
her
can get
retreat.
it, unless you get it all the way.
Hein says perhaps. Though I cannot fathom why they would go to such
Well,
lengths.
I will be
Yatsuyu
pretty
may have been
much
the acting
done
viceroy, but she is not Garlean, nor even highborn.
in 3 weeks.
Her value
so
must
I don't think
presumably
it'll be
lie
a
in what she
problem.
knows.
Yeah.
Which brings us to the little matter of her memory loss. In her present condition, she would not yield any worthwhile intelligence. Nor is she worth much as a bargaining piece. Alphinaud, you are well acquainted with the Empire's methods. I would have your thoughts on this matter. Alphinaud says my knowledge is at your disposal, Lord Hein. While the ambassador's proposal is appealing in principle, it would be remiss of us not to give it due scrutiny. Hein says indeed. Though it seems to me I have little choice but to accept regardless. With so many of our brothers and sisters languishing in imperial camps, I cannot well turn my back on a chance to secure their repatriation. Only the kami know when I will be afforded another. Hein says, but ere we continue, shall we excuse these two? I fear what follows will bore them.
Do you want to come fight Odin with me?
Alisai says I was just about to show myself out as it happens.
I just
Come
hopped
on,
in a dungeon.
Haven, let's
Oh,
leave
okay.
Alphinaud to dispense his copious knowledge. Alphinaud says someone is still sore from being made to watch at Sakazuki. Alphinaud says go on and keep Alisai company. We are safe enough for now. Alisai says a chance to relax at last. Alisai says I know when I'm out of my depth, hey, though no weapons are drawn. So we're left with the eternal question, what to do while they prattle on. Alisai says all right, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words, and it's not as if we'll be missed here, or will we? Yujiri says Haven. A moment, if you would. Alisai says Yujiri. And, Asahi, was it? You? Asahi says business. No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Alisai says such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Asahi says oh? Is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding a woman who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank her for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hein deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. Though Lady Yujiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more enjoyable for your company, and safer besides. Yujiri says, the ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? Elisai says in that case, I will join you as well. There is naught else to do until Lord Hine has reached his decision, and I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. Asahi says it's settled, then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangzia. Might we start at the town of Monson? I would see what has become of Doma Castle. Yutari says very well. If you will follow me.
His Forgotten Home. I have 3 quests left to do in 4.2.
Nice. I will probably jump off for a little bit after this to go to the store and stuff.
Okay. Where is the quest I need to do? Oh, it's on the other side of the wall. There it is.
Asahi says nay. Can this truly be Monson, home to the cream of Doma Samurai? I had heard that Yatsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we can begin to make amends for this senseless destruction the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult, once our nations are formally at peace, of course. Yutari says, yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains of the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. Asahi says it is a travesty. A travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful. In the light of the setting sun, one would swear it was aflame. Yutari says it is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day, when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Asahi says spoken like a true popularist. The needs of the people must of course come first, speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Neimagi is but a short journey from here, Yutari says by river, yes. If you will follow me, I will ready our boat. Asahi says ready to cast off.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Someone's in trouble. Are you all right?
Hi.
What do they want with you?
Yuki, and you lot too. I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
And neither will we.
Away with you!
Leave this to me.
No call!
The art is my forebears.
GG.
GG.
That seems to be the last of them. You have nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
You grab a drink in this cutscene.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Codon to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Yotsuyu. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me, but in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without, but if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within. Am I wrong? I knew you would understand. You have witnessed such change firsthand, after all, during your time in Ishgard.
Almost just died.
Oh no.
Asahi says, "Dear me. I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceable
Which would have been
circumstances.
funny, but...
Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action, and few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least, few who live to tell the tale."
A guilty
Well,
conscience.
after that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave.
2 more now for 4.2.
Alisai says, "Return, my lord. But what of Neimai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives." Asahi says, "To be frank, I still am. But I rather doubt the good people of Neimai would take kindly to the sight of a man in imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction." Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. And with any luck, Lord Hein will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. Mercantile says all are free to travel in and out of the Enclave.
You've left? Bevna?
Yeah, I need to go to the grocery store. Looks like it's gonna start raining
Yujiri
about
says thank you
4:30,
again for
so I don't
agreeing
really
to
wanna
join
be
me.
stuck in the
If
rain.
not for your aid,
Ah,
the
okay.
Kojin may well
We'll
have
see you
overwhelmed us.
in a little bit then.
Alright, have fun.
Pray go on
Thank you.
ahead.
Hopefully by then
Mankind
I'll
is
be in
expecting you.
4.4.
I will remain without and keep watch
Okay.
over our guest.
Bye!
Hey, Sassy. Take care, Bevna.
Alisai says well, we had best not keep him waiting. Kienkin says you are expected, my lady. Shall I show you in? Hein says welcome back, my friend. Yujiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on a tour of Yangzia. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki. But I gather your time was well spent. Until the ambassador affords Yujiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. Alphanod says the Red Kojin? Here. Have there been any other such incidents since the liberation? Hein says not that I am aware of. If they are planning some new venture here in Yangzia, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? Alisai says he was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. Hein says in the time I've known you, you have always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? Oh, how I would love to believe that. An ally within the Empire could change everything. It could give us a real chance at peace. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game. For now, at least. Alisai says well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled in it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. Hein says it was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphanod's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and the rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. Alphanod says as you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain that the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. Hein says for this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunchen and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon the Susanoo. Alisai says and one of the prisoners. Hein says they will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the populace garner favor, I mean to see it done. Heinz says, but first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Elisai says yes, of course, but, what matter of business? Heinz says a past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind.
I had her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company. The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river. Yet here you are. The living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
What did I do?
So how are you today, Sassy?
Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
You ask that I show mercy.
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest. Why Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard. Come the hour of the exchange, if her memories have
Happy
not
Saturday!
returned, she may remain here in Doma to live.
I hope you're having a good Saturday yourself.
Tsuyu. But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
Thank you, my lord.
Now then, I believe we have kept our guest waiting long enough.
Well, that's good to hear. Glad to hear that so much.
Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you? His sympathy for Yotsuyu apart, I mean. I know his powers of endurance.
Okay, that's a cool little one there.
After all, he is.
Oops.
He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade. Though I suppose if he and Yotsuyu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it. It falls to us to shape that future, one in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
Yeah, and it sounds like Maine is almost off work from what I saw on Discord a few minutes ago. Rise of a new sun.
Han says with Yatsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal.
2 minutes
I
after
realize
work,
other
that's
matters
awesome.
demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer to see this business through.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision, then?
We are willing to cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course. As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived,
Pancake
she
says
remembers
Exodus Hunt Train
nothing of her
Gathering Lakeland,
past life.
34.6,
Not even her name.
20.2.
To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Not at all. If her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
Dango. How dreadful. Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
Isn't Little Legs
Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of dango.
affiliated already?
She would be most pleased. Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
Oh, she's not. I thought she was.
Gosetsu says forgive me, my lord, but, has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should. Han says calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. Asahi says I am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would. Gosetsu says Tsuyu. Do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? Yatsuyu says I. No. Asahi says I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. Han says as you wish. Asahi says now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They will be elated to hear of our agreement, of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I have obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties, and sent here to Yangzia. This will take time, of course. Han says of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young Domans from a band of Kojin cell swords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Asahi says please, there is no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Were it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. Han says I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. Asahi says until we meet again. Han says go Setsu. As before, I leave Yatsuya to you. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell.
Okay.
Han says the ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminus. Let us be off.
Oh no, I just wrote that. Crap.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure? I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yansha. Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor!
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy. What in the... Reinforcements? No, just one! Cut him down!
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
This one is promising. Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the Enclave across the river.
Lord Cayenne?
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
Surely you jest. That was Xenosier Galvas, Legatus of the 12th, the crown-bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
That was Lord Xenos.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me. Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire. My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance. I will cherish this moment, lock it away within my heart, until the day we meet again.
Great timing. Finished my cleanup from the mess I made right as the cutscene ended.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
Of all the memories to witness.
I had my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos. My lord.
Calm yourself, Ugidi. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game. After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
If not blame, then responsibility. They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight, knowing they could be executed in retaliation. But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Alisai says it makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Alphinaud says perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. Hines says if he truly is a disciple of Xenos, 'tis possible emotion simply got the better of him. Remaining calm around the woman who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange, but you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. Alphinaud says I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma, or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kyuganet. Alisai says agreed. Between Yatsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Hines says oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through the sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I am not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. Alphinaud says to Kyuganet, then. Tateru and the others must know of what transpired here.
Time to go to Kugani. Somebody just texted me today. Somebody just texted me. Who was it? Modania has an S rank. Hell yeah. We'll do that one right now. I'll do Modania's S rank.
Valeria says check the app.
I just...
Damien says.
Since I'm here, I might as well do Precious. I don't... Did I get any experience for that? Nope.
Slapborn says what's that? I see. Lord Hein really needn't have gone to such trouble, but I know all too well how much our Far Eastern friends worry themselves over decorum.
Where's my messages?
Slapborn says as for the matter of the refugees' repatriation, I'll not lie. We've come to view them as family, and will be sorry to see them go, many of the other fellow frontier hands especially. So let us do you one better. I shall appeal to their Eorzean comrades and invite them to accompany the Domans on their journey, that they too might aid in the reconstruction of the Enclave. I expect many will jump at the opportunity. A costly thing to send so many people, to be sure, but owing to Lord Hind's generosity, we seem to have found ourselves with a surplus of funding. It's hard to imagine the toll without the Doman refugees. They helped make it what it is today. Bah, what am I saying? This is a happy occasion. Go and tell Hosen the news. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. Hosen says how very good to see you, my friend, though not at all expected. You look as though you have something important to say. I know not what to say. Return to Doma? Has the day truly come at last? Wait here while I summon the others. This concerns them all. My word. And they are already making arrangements for our return? Why the long face, Hijri? This is cause for celebration. Hijri says, it is. Like all of you, I have dreamed of this day since the moment we left Yangzia. But now that it has arrived, I cannot help but think of those to whom we owe so much. Slathborn especially. Dowry says indeed. Even if it were possible to leave this very moment, I could not. Not until I thank the people here for everything they have done for us. I remember when we first arrived in this land and learned of its troubles. Though disappointed, I understood why no one would grant us shelter. Who were we? Why risk so much for strangers? But this place and these people were different. When all others turned us away, Revenant's Toll welcomed us with open arms. I love Doma and Lord Hein with all my heart and want nothing more than to return and help rebuild. But I implore you, Hosen, we must first do our utmost to repay their boundless kindness. Hosen says never did I intend for us to disappear into the night like thieves and vagabonds. Everything you have said is right and true. All labors we have undertaken will be seen to a measure of completion. That much goes without saying, I am sure. I will speak with Slathborn and ensure that we have enough days to prepare for our journey. In the meantime, I would encourage you all to prepare gifts and so forth. Home says very good, very good. It would not do to leave without saying proper farewells, else we would labor under a cloud of regret. At my age, one appreciates every opportunity to put their affairs in order. After all, I may not weather the journey home, much less another one to Eorzea. Hosen says ha. Given your constitution, father, I should not be surprised if you bury us all. If you have no pressing obligations, Haven, might I impose upon you to assist us with our final preparations? Since this is all quite sudden, many of our people may require a second opinion on a farewell gift or something else. All I ask is that you make yourself available for any such consultations. Would that be all right? Thank you, my friend. We will look for you near the northern gate. Quickly now, everyone. Let us not keep Haven waiting.
That is such an ugly outfit for my dragoon. At first, I didn't even recognize me. That is currently the best gear for the dragoon too. Aw, man. I just have to wait. Ow, my toe. Does my Final Fantasy to do website tell me which ones I've done? Or need to do, I mean? Oh, right, it does. So that. Wait, is it about how much average I'm doing? That's the only one I have left. Oh, I have to also do Hellbaker Isle Held. You know what? Let's withdraw. That's a Heaven's Ward one. Or is it Stormblood? No, it's Heaven's Ward. What's it called? Hellbaker Isle. Rising Stones? Okay. Hellbaker Isle is in Limsa. Okay.
Deputies tell Verwalago's been pitting his wits again, so I... Haven. In truth, he simply...
Oh, Baker. Oh, Baker Howard. Upper decks, okay. Storming the hall, which is right there, okay. Nice.
Denston says, well, look who's back in Lim Salaman Sa. Me and the chief were just talking about the wench, you know. Come to think of it, wait here, I'll go and get him. It's his resting day, but he wanted to speak to yet. Something about Hullbreaker. Inzair says, glad to see you back, Haven. Every time I hear your name, I'm reminded of how you helped me salvage that coffer from Hullbreaker Isle. You did me a great favor, lass. Though the rumors of Mistbeard's treasure soon died down, I couldn't abide the thought of having the har picked apart by vultures. So I petitioned the Admiral to sanction the establishment of a camp on the island for the purpose of hosting training exercises. I reasoned that the place was remote enough to give our recruits a proper taste of combat.
What was the notification on Discord?
But truth be
I
told,
walk away for
with
half
all
a
the
second,
administrative duties asked of
and
them
it
these
pops.
days, I'm more worried about our finest going soft. Sparring with your comrades might keep the rust from your blade, but it won't stop it going dull. That being the case, I thought I might ask for your help in a little sharpening exercise. Remind them what it feels like to be in a real fight. Denston says the chief was hoping ye might run the Maelstrom's training gauntlet and give our elites a good going over. Nothing too rough, like, just a few missing teeth and the odd cracked rib, savvy. Assuming you're willing, come and find me at the Morabi dry docks when you're ready and I'll arrange passage to Hullbreaker. For you and your mates.
I have to go to the Moby dry docks now. Oh, that's a significant drop. That's a significant drop.
Denston says ever since we took control of that rock, it's been my job to keep an eye on the skies over the Sealed Dollars. When the misty main o' the Doxy's pole sweeps in, there ain't no point weighing anchor as ya can't see an ILM in front o' your face. Long story short, I have to stay here and watch the weather, but I'll be listening out for word o' how you get on. Thanks for agreeing to do this, by the way. Having a fabled hero like yourself go through the same regiment as the infantrymen do wonders for morale. Enterode, the weather seems to be behaving just now, so let me know when your crew's ready to be ferried over. We'll get everything else in place in the meantime. Give them Storm Elites a bloody nose from me,
Cool. Wait. So how about how? That one's done. What was the other one I haven't done yet? Saw them all. Oh, Minstrel's Ballad. Which is a trial. I have not done T16. I have not done Z. Oh, I have done. Interesting. I've done Z29. Minstrel's Ballad, Thorin's Rage, I have not done. Nidhogg's Rage, I have not done. And I haven't done the extremes for those. Those are done now. Where?
Mia says you seek Miyamoto. I am she. Instructor of the God's Quiver, commander of the White Rams, and bane of any feathered fiend who dares poke his beak in the 12's wood. I know you. We've spoken before, have we not? I trust you've bagged a few birdies of your own since last we met. Haven, is it? What business do you have with Meow? Apologies, a slip of the tongue. When I say with Meow, I mean with Meow. Not Meow, Meow. Bah. What do you want? Let me see that. Oh, how wonderful. It's a letter from Lady Phillida. The woman is like a mother to me, you see. I lost my parents when I was young, and it was she who raised me from a mewling babe. Her son was a great hero, a leader of the White Rams before me, but he too was lost in the line of duty. Ah, but let me see what news she has. She says she is to visit Bald Gordflode with her dear grandson. But by the dates she gives, she should be here at this very moment. It's strange that I have had no word of their arrival. Perhaps she simply misread her calendar. After all, she speaks of the future, but these dates are past. Tell me, adventurer, when was the letter posted? Damn those incompetent muggles. Never trust anything with wings, I say. Then these dates must be true, they should be here already. I smell the filthy hands of those blasted birdies in this. We must send out a search party. If they came via Gridania, might they have been ambushed in Treespeak? A band of Ixal raid the area, but they're usually too chicken-hearted to approach the paths. I have a sentry there watching their movements. Go to him, and ask if he has seen anything untoward. Mia says oh, and if you should happen to meet with any wee birdies, none shall weep if you snap their scrawny necks.
Where's the... Over here.
Ixali says Squaawk. Wounded featherless ones, you seek. Find them. Mia says hold it right there, you squawking scum. Ixali says Squaawk. Good Garuda. Mia Mokode, you are. Black Cat of the White Rams. My life, you will spare. Mia says you'll get no mercy from me. I'll rip off your beak and wear it as a hat. Remember our motto, soldiers, all Ixal must die.
Wow.
God says hold a moment, ma'am. Before I was set upon, I was watching this group of Ixal for some time. They seem to be patrolling this area. Perhaps he knows something of what befell Lady Phillida and her grandson. Mia says grr. Alright, I'll bite. Listen up, you beaky bastard. Answer me truly, and I'll grant you a painless death. Have you seen a lady and a young boy pass through this area? Ixali says, squawk. Searching for white-haired elder and girly-voiced hatchling, featherless ones are? Seen them, I have. Attacked by a nasty beastie, their caravan was. Ran from the beastie, they did, all frighty and shaking. Mia says grr. You lie. The only beasties around here that would think of raiding a caravan are you and your craven kind. Ixali says caw, caw, caw. No, no, Black Cat. Only the truth, I am telling. Worth more than mine, these featherless ones' lives are? Then, maybe, my life, you spare? Your featherless friends, I catch. Release them to you, we will, scratchless and sound. A deal, we have? Mia says catch them. And then hold them as hostages, no doubt. I say we kill the feathered fool right now, and teach these Ixal a lesson. Right, Haven.
Let's agree to the deal.
There's no good in a birdman, just blood and bile. Believe me, I've checked. But mayhap you're right, we have little to lose by releasing this wretch, and possibly much to gain. All right, Beaky. If you truly swear that you will return our friends to us unharmed, we agree to your deal.
It's so hot in my apartment. I'm going through my drinks faster than I can drink them.
I am, by Mokode the Merciless. Believe it, I cannot.
That makes no
well
sense.
Known to our kind, your cruelty is. And yet walk free, I do. Then on my honor, with my headwing, I shall speak. Your smooth and wrinkly friends, together we will catch. Send word, we shall. Come to the river bend northwest of here, and your friends, we shall return. Mia says ugh. How I despise listening to their feather-brained prattle. The fool knows nothing, except how to delay his death with false promises. Still, I would have you follow him to this headwing, just to be sure. We shall return to the spire, to see if the other parties have met with more success.
Thank you, Cupcake. Nico Robin.
Ixali says Squaawk. Come to play, the Black Cat's dog has. For his life, the sniveling wretch begged. No true Ixal, that one is. By my own talons, punished he shall be. His craven promises, never will we honor. But to what I say now, listen well, featherless one, our hostages, your friends are. The old one and the young. See them again, you would. Then do my bidding, you shall, within your borders, we search. Unharmed and unhindered, you will leave us? When done we are, and only then, the hostages, we shall release. We lie, you think? Then the truth, we prove. Set free, the wrinkled one will be. A lasting truce with you, we seek not. Pains me, it does, to show mercy to the hated Mokode. But our reasons we have, and our promises we will honor, if the Black Cat will do the same.
So now, where am I going for the quest? This way, okay. Ah, there it is.
Phillida says good day to you, adventurer. My name is Phillida. Would you happen to be the young lady sent by Miyamoto?
Yes, I would.
Then I thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I was traveling with my young grandson from Gridania, but as we made our way through Treespeak, we were set upon by an angered treant and our carriage was overturned. My grandson and I managed to escape, but we were separated from our guard. We fled into the forest, seeking shelter, but only found a nest of Ixal. They captured us, and bound our hands with rough twine. I feared we were to be offered to their god. Imagine my relief when I overheard them speaking of us not as sacrifices, but as hostages. And then, without a word of warning, I was released. They marched me here, removed my blindfold, and bade me wait for Mia's envoy to collect me. I thank you, adventurer. But, my grandson. Is he still in the Birdman's clutches? I pray you, adventurer, return to Mia and relate to her all that I have told you. If anyone can save my grandson, it is she. Please, do not worry about me, I can make my way to Fallgord Float from here. The guards there will protect me. Mia says Lady Phillida is safe? Thank the gods. But what of her grandson? Was he released, too? What? They plan to hold the boy hostage, to keep my claws from their craven necks? Their skullduggery knows no bounds. They say they will release the child when they have found something. I spit on their lies. They seek nothing but our land, and would use the boy as a shield to secure their trespass. Nafika as my witness, they shall gain nothing but their deaths. Mia says the birdies have picked on the wrong prey this time. The boy is the only child of Lady Phillida's late son, once the leader of the White Rams. We are honor-bound to free him from their filthy claws. They'll rue the day they ever thought of laying their hands on one of ours. You can tell Lady Phillida that Miyamoto will not rest until her grandson is safely returned, and the rills run red with Birdman blood. Go to the bobbing cork, and let her know just that.
Where's she at? Upstairs, I'm guessing? Yep.
Phillida says Mia plans to rescue my grandson herself? That is the best news I could hope to hear. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance in this matter, young lady. I have known Mia since she was but a mewling babe, and believe me when I say that I have full confidence she shall devote every energy to rescuing my grandson. If anyone can rescue him from those brutes, Mia can. Near 20 years have passed since the day we first met, back when my son was still the leader of the White Rams. Before he was taken from us. A report came in that a settlement was under Ixali attack, and he raced to its defense. By the time he and his men arrived, the Ixal had already captured the village. My son refused to abandon it to their clutches, and led a daring attempt to rescue the villagers. He finally succeeded in expelling the invaders, but their deadly work was done. Only one child emerged alive from the ruins, Mia. My son took the orphaned girl under his wing, and taught her bowmanship. She came to idolize him as a master, and perhaps, a father. But now she is twice orphaned, and the Ixal hold her master's only son as a hostage. I can well understand her fury. But, this anger of hers. I fear it may cloud her judgment in this case, and drive her to recklessness. I pray you, young lady, return to her, and urge her not to be too rash in her plans. I could not live with myself were my grandson's safety to be bought with friendly blood. Mia says Lady Phillida said that. Even with her grandson held captive by the Birdmen, she worries for the safety of our soldiers. Truly, the lady's consideration knows no bounds. But I fear the time for restraint is past. It sickens me to sit by while the Birdmen prowl our forests, using one of our own as a shield. Their band has just been sighted from this very spire, and moving northwards. Do you realize what that means? The dissembling birdies return to their logging grounds, with Lady Phillida's grandson in tow. So much for their honor and honesty. We must pounce now, before they escape through Proud Creek and roll. Hold a moment, I have word from my scouts. Yes. You have them in your sights? Then on my order, unleash. What? They send a messenger? They say they found what they were looking for, and will release the hostage immediately? Understood. Over and out. Did you hear that, Haven? The Birdmen say they have released the boy, but in Proud Creek, of all places. Why, he would almost be safer in their evil clutches.
On my way.
Phillida says, are you a friend of Miss Mogoat's? Thank you so much for coming to rescue me. Oh, yes, I'm quite alright. They didn't hurt me, only my pride. I was such a fool, stumbling straight into that Ixali camp. I'm sorry for causing everyone to go to such trouble to rescue me. Mia wouldn't have let herself get caught so easily.
Oh my god, finally.
Nor would my father. Estramino says /. Zion says never be sorry about cutscenes. Elaine says hi /no OOB tank here, keep me alive P and also give me commendation, happy face. Estramino says yeah, it's all good.
Damn. I needed a drink. It's just freaking hot. Jesus, how many stacks am I going to get?
Estramino says GG.
Oh, I got 2 accommodations. Hell yeah. 2 out of 3 aren't bad. Oh, it brought me back here. Wait. These are trials, right? Yeah.
God says please, miss, Mia says and you. God says I know, but, please, ma'am, I beg you to reconsider. This was not an invasion, it was a rescue mission. They were and after all, they did keep their promise, they released the boy. Surely it is only right that we should honor our side of the agreement and allow them to leave. Mia says what agreement? Those were their conditions, and they only had the nerve to give them because they were holding the poor boy hostage. They invade our lands, steal our children, and you would show them mercy? The only peace they'll get from me is that of the grave. God says miss, you must help me. Go to the bobbing cork, and bring back Lady Phillida. There's something that bothers me about all this. It's what that Ixali chieftain said.
Oops.
Philida says my grandson is safe. Thank you, adventurer. 1,000 times, thank you. How can I possibly repay you for all you have done for my family? Philida says, I see. It appears the situation is more complicated than we first thought. The Ixal that took us were a rescue team, and now Mia plans to attack them in their retreat, and the hatchling with them. And only I can stop her? Philida says perhaps I can, for I indeed have some knowledge of this promise. The Ixal spoke very well.
Oops, what am I doing? Where's the entrance? There it is.
Mia says all right, you're the last of them. Join up with the forward squadron, and begin the attack. The poor wee birdies won't know what hit them. Mia says what is it, adventurer? Don't tell me you object to my attack as well? Says and so do I, Mia. Philida says grandmama. Mia says Lady Philida. What are you doing here? You have been through so much at the claws of the birdman, you need to rest. Philida says as do you, Mia. There is a story you must needs hear, a story begun long ago, but not yet concluded. Mia says a story? What story? Philida says a tale from long ago, when my son led the white rams as you do now. A time when we found ourselves caught in the same snare as the Ixal did this day, as if reflected in a glass. Philida says there was a young girl, trapped behind Ixali lines. The white rams put together a rescue team to save her, and prepared to strike at the heart of the enemy. The Ixal were surrounded, but their defenses were strong. All hope seemed lost. Until, quite by chance, a separate raid led to the capture of several Ixali hatchlings, abandoned in their nests. So both sides came to hold younglings as hostages. Threat was answered with counter-threat, and both sides prepared for a bloody resolution. Philida says until my son reached out to the Ixal. He offered them a truce, and a promise, he would return their hatchlings, if the Ixal would withdraw, and spare the child. Tell me, my dear. What was it the Ixali chieftain said to you? That your father kept his promise? And so he would keep his in return? It can only be the will of the elementals that brought such a fate to pass. There can be no doubt, that chieftain was one of the Ixali hatchlings my son released that day. It was my son's promise that lifted the siege on the village, and saved the child. A young Mikote girl, with an ink black coat, and shining eyes. Mia says my master bought my life, with his. Philida says after 20 long years, the threads of destiny that entwined on that fateful day have brought you together once more. Whether you sever those ties now, or tie them stronger, only your heart can decide. Mia says to be bound to an Ixal, or to cut myself free. All right, soldiers. Call off the attack. Send word to the vanguard, they are to escort the Ixal off our lands, but under no circumstances are the birdmen to be fired upon. Anyone foolish enough to disobey will answer to me. God says, but, Commander. What about our motto, all Ixal must die? Mia says, oh, they'll die all right. The minute they step their filthy feet back in the 12's wood, I'll snap their twiggy wee necks and lap up their blood. Every clucking last one of them. God says, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Mia says, I did so want to push my claws into their beady little eyes, but it's not for me to put an end to what my master began. Haven. You came to me with a letter, but in the end you brought me something far more important, true compassion, the legacy of my master that I was far too quick to forget. There is only one thing I can say. Thank Mia.
Do I have any other ones I already have? Nope, so I'll take pineapple juice.
With your successful delivery, your reputation as a letter carrier has grown.
Welcome back. How was the store?
Oh, so it's fine.
Yeah.
People just don't move very fast.
Yeah. Well, people are old, so.
Well, that is
Sumi says
true.
this is Bulwark Hall. Replace with.
Where's the damn lift attendant? There it is.
Denston says, well? How was it? Did ya give them elites the hide and owe their lives or what? Come on, out with it. Inzair says, patience, lad. All of Limsa will know the tale ere long. 'Twas a sight to behold, that much I will say. Haven and her comrades carved their way through beasts and men like a cutter through a swell. Not even a visit from the sirens and the Krakens could slow their pace. Denston says F. Pirates turned up at the drill. What in the seven
Doesn't
hells
that
did they
cost
want?
like billions of dollars?
Inzair says why, to do their civic duty, of course. They invited themselves, as members of the Black Sails unit. You'd be forgiven for forgetting, but the pirate powers are still bound to the Maelstrom by the Galleon Accord. Of course, they never deigned to take part in our exercises, and we've long since stopped asking.
Wow. Yeah, I would never take the ferry if I didn't have.
I reckon word got out that the Warrior of Light would be facing our finest, and they
Like,
fancied to go
that's so
themselves.
expensive.
I saw no reason to deny them. Denston says, ha. Admit it? You wanted to see if them old cutthroats could still hold their own in a fight. Denston says, begging your pardon, Chief, but, are you alright? Yeah, look a bit sore. Inzair says, I deemed it good for morale. But I did not come here to speak of that. Haven, the Maelstrom is grateful for your participation. May we count you a friend till sea swallows all. Good day to you both. Denston says Ack. I'd have stowed away on the ferry if I'd known the chief be fightin'. Seeing you in action must have woken the spirit o' the golden age in him. Though I doubt he's as spry now as he was back then. I hope ya didn't give him too bad of a beatin'. Legends like Miss Beard never get old, but the chief, well, he's just a man. But let's keep this little chat between ourselves, eh? Good to see ya again, Haven. Thanks for helping out the chief.
I only have one more quest, one more dungeon to do in Heavenswood. And I've done every dungeon in Heavenswood. Revna?
I'm here, I'm just eating.
Ah, okay. Did you hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm unlocking it right now.
Nice.
Gossamer says you're Haven, aren't you? I found you at last, Kyopo. Vidofnir asked me to come find you, and I've been searching high and low and near and far. Do you know how difficult it is to look for someone while trying to stay unseen yourself? Well, never. Vidofnir was very insistent that I hurry you back to the Somal summit as soon as possible. So,
Do you have Solemn Owl Howard
right,
unlocked?
well that's my job done. I'll go on ahead and let Vidofnir know you're coming.
Yep, I do.
Do you want to do it, or are you in the dungeon?
I'm just standing in New Gridania.
Let me clear
Aren't you
selection.
already searching for stuff, though?
I was literally searching for an extreme.
Oh, yeah, that'll never... Are you tanking? Are you...
DPS.
Okay. I'm gonna tank them.
Where is it? Where is it? Heavenswood? Where is it? Oh, I have to actually I have to go there and actually hit unlock. That's stupid. Yeah, there was 3 people that were queued up for 3 DPS that were queued for it, eh?
Vidofnir says thou hast discharged thy duty admirably, child of Moom. And greetings to thee, warrior of warriors. Thou dost have my gratitude for thy hasty arrival. I have bid thee hence to Somal to aid in the quieting of these sacred grounds. When Nidhogg did meet his end, his minions quit the slopes of the mountain, and its once tranquil passages have become home to all manner of beastly intruders, and worse, the fires at the core of Somal rage and swell, as if roiled by some unwelcome parasite. The spirits of our fallen will find no rest until this disturbance is calmed. Thus would I have thee descend unto the mountain's depths, and sweep clean Somal's stony halls. Would that I could perform the deed myself, alas, my girth prevents ready passage through the caverns leading unto the mountain's molten heart. Wilt thou accept this charge I lay upon thee? Vidofnir says thou art generous of spirit, child of man. Know that I shall not sit idly by whilst thou toilest within, those winged nuisances whose screeches rend the air above the summit will soon learn of my displeasure. Gossamer says I sincerely hope Vidofnir never thinks of me as a winged nuisance. Anyway, good luck in there.
Okay, now it's unlocked.
me two whenever.
Okay.
I'm just cutting an apple. I thought about going to Starbucks,
Yeah.
but I did not because it was flipping raining.
Oh no, you did get caught in the rain.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
Okay. Yeah, it started sprinkling just as I pulled into the store parking lot, and then when I got out of the store, it started pouring.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't end up getting my pizza either.
Oh no. What are you going to do for dinner then?
I bought a salad kit, and I have some grilled chicken in the fridge.
Oh yum. That's basically what I had for breakfast, eh? From when I went to the store yesterday, I bought a grilled Caesar salad.
Nice.
Yeah. But I forgot to buy the dressing or grab the dressing, so I had to have a dressing list.
Ew.
Yeah, but it's whatever. I don't mind. Okay.
Arok says, did you need a doctor?
Yeah, I thought about getting pizza,
Aladdin
and
says
then I
it's
was like,
actually kinda a tale, how I got trapped in the
I don't
pocket of
need
a
it.
companion droid.
So I bought caramel apple dip.
Yum.
Some apples for a treat.
Yum.
Arok says D. Wawalago says, well, if it isn't my firm friend Haven, the lofty lady who landed that monstrous marlin. Come to cast away your cares with a little leisurely angling. What's that? A message mark for me. A missive from my old mate Roroharu. He's a trinket trader from Ul'dah, who supplies a certain something that supports and strengthens seafood stocks. Since we set some of his special supporters on the seabed, Fisherman's Bottom's been
I
swimming with
told
shrimp
my
and
dad
grinding with
not to
gobies.
rock the boat.
I'd heard neither hide nor hair from him since the calamity hit. It's heartening indeed to know that he's hale and
Looks like
healthy.
they just left.
And it seems the old dog's still desperate to do deals.
It's
Says
either
he
pay
wants
the
to trade one of his treasures for
$25
an
or so to
infrequently
take
found
the
fish.
ferry, or
Business
it's
must
like
be
an
had if
extra
he's bartering
hour
his
and
best brass
15
for a
minutes to
base.
go around.
Enroad,
Yeah, that's
perhaps
worth
you
it
could do
then.
me a favor while I ready my rod. Roroharu's boat should be berthed down by the docks. Could you head over and hand him this note? I've marked out a map of where this fish he fancies can be found. Tell him to meet me there, and we'll do the deal.
We still have to go through the islands, though, but maybe like 45 minutes.
But it still saves an hour and a half. Right?
Yep.
Roroharu says, good gods. Must the sea be so damned wavy? My stomach's churning, my legs are like jelly, and don't get me started on my poor old back. Thal knows how I'm going to haul this blasted crate all the way to the Fisherman's Guild. Oh. You've got a letter for me? Roroharu says, well, I'll be. Verwalagos agreed to my offer. I knew he wouldn't let me down, I could feel it in my bones. Looks like my luck's finally turned. By this time next year, I'll be a Gillionaire. Oh, but look at me, getting all carried away, and I haven't even introduced myself, Roroharu, purveyor of the finest silks, the most exotic perfumes, and the rarest curiosities in all Ul'dah, at least I was, until the calamity took all that away from me. My whole warehouse went up in smoke, and my fortune with it. I tried everything to get my foot back on the ladder, but I was cheated at every turn, lumbered with dodgy gil, and ended up getting deeper and deeper into debt. Now all I've got left are the clothes on my aching back, and this rotten box. I was just about to declare myself bankrupt, but then I got wind of a tasty tidbit of gossip that set my business brain in motion. There's this fellow in Ul'dah, you see, a real grandee. I knew him back when I was someone who knew people. Turns out he's got a thing for exotic fish, and he'll pay through the snout for anything suitably rare. That's when I thought of Wawalago. He's the greatest fisherman in Limsalam and Sot, and an old friend to boot. Plus, he's the only one who appreciates the true value of the thing I've got in my box. I haven't the gil or the skill to bag the kind of fish I need without him. Nor do I have the legs or the back to lug this chest all the way to Candlekeep Keep.
Yeah.
But say, you're some sort of delivery woman, right? Could you
Oh,
help a
pardon
feller out?
me.
I can't pay you anything now, but I'll remember you when I'm rolling in it.
I think this glows. No, it doesn't.
Candor Keep Key, where is that? That is Morby Dry Docks. Oh my god, let's look at this person's name. Chris P. Bacon. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. That's epic of a name. Where'd they go?
I feel like I should switch to healer.
Yeah. Do you want me to cancel the queue then?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second so I can do this.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, I was just about to switch too, so do you want me to switch?
Nope. Just say commands.
Rello says hello hello. Ira says hello. Macon says hi. Rello says it's my first time here too. Don't worry.
So we should get
Have fun.
we should get 60 or 160 tombstones then, you think, right? If this is Velo's first time too, we should get 80 from me, 80 from them. That is one ugly monster.
Focus the frogs if you can.
Whoa, what does that do? Oh. Increases the physical damage.
Look at us.
I was out of that AoE. How did I still get hit? Whoa, shit.
Oh.
I jumped way too far back. Oh my god, those boots, I rolled a 6.
One second. Ready?
Yep.
Watch your tail. Agreed. Cool.
Ouch.
LB. You not have LB mapped to your bar?
I do. For some reason, it didn't take it the first time. I should have LB'd at the beginning of the fight.
What?
I said I should have LB'd at the beginning of the fight.
We didn't have any at the beginning of the fight.
I thought we did.
Oh.
Ooh, I rolled a 97 on the Boat.
Focus on the fucking jello thing.
What the hell is that thing?
Oh, it's working.
The volcano Anala?
It's a monster?
Obviously. What was it, like raw lava or something?
Sure. I thought it was just on the lobby. The blood counted. Oh, there is more. Why did I think there wasn't more?
No idea. Don't pull it just yet. I have to. I'm
Warlow
just
says
grabbing a
it's
drink.
awesome.
Oh, cutscene's longer than I thought. Okay.
Ira says yes, very good. It was in the odd 1.0.
Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm back.
I don't pull until everybody gets inside. There we go. I'm a nice person like that. Whoa.
LB only took 10% of his life?
Yeah.
Wow. You're in a bad spot. Oh
Yeah,
god.
you just stayed there when you shouldn't have.
Well, you didn't tell me to move.
If you have a marker on your head, fucking move!
Oh god. GG.
Macon says GG. Rello says great work everyone. Ira says GG.
Iris, that's his Goobity Doo. That's a cool one.
Have any other dungeons?
I have two extreme trials, but that's it. I think. Let me look.
You'd be better off to wait and do those extreme trials when you get to level 100 and unsync them.
Well, they're AOL extremes. It's an AOL extreme.
What extreme?
It is called. So it's Heaven's What? Minstrel's Ballad Thorn, Minstrel's Ballad Nidhogg.
Yeah, I would wait and do that to at least 90 unsynced.
Oh, okay. And then
trial synced as an extreme is nearly impossible when you don't have a coordinated set of 8 people.
Yeah. And then the only other one is Kugani Castle, but I don't have. I have to do that as my level 7 as a level 70.
Okay.
Do I have a level 70 that's not going to level up pretty quick? I have my Reaper. I've never done anything as Reaper, so I don't.
Do you remember? You have time. I'm gonna go put my caramel dip in the fridge.
Actually, my hotbar looks good for Reaper.
Okay.
I must have played around with it. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done, that one's done. So I have two.
You have two?
Yeah. Kugani's Castle and the Temple of the Fist.
Okay.
They're both level 70 Stormbloods.
Okay, so they're just... Oh, so they're... Okay.
Oh, I forgot to do... I forgot to do both of them.
Yeah, I'll do whatever.
Yeah. That way one of both will pop.
Okay.
Now let's go back to my Dragoon so I can get the experience with this. To turn this quest in. Whoa, I just got a weird kind of lag there all of a sudden.
Vidofnir says
I
now
got
hast
lag
accomplished all I
spikes
asked of
earlier
thee,
this
warrior
morning.
of warriors.
Yeah.
Through thine exploits, the ancient thing that did skitter in the mountains core hath been excised, and the fires of Somal seethe angrily no more. This holy place belongeth not only to the brood of Hrisvelgr, but to all the dragons who roost within Dravania. It shall not be defiled while I yet draw breath. The dragon Solomor did take too many from us. Even those misguided kin who rebelled in Nidhogg's vengeance deserve to find peace in the release of death. No matter the choices that set brood brother against brood brother, in the end we are all children of the father of dragons. Now that the war is over, I wish only that the souls of the fallen be spared the turmoil they suffered in life. Gossamer says Vidofnir cares so deeply for her kin, even those who mocked Hrisvelgr's brood for their decision to stay out of the war. I only wish that I could be so tolerant of my brothers and sisters when they disagree with my brilliant suggestions, Kyupo. Such musings aside, I should thank you for helping to preserve the peace around here. We'll be sure to keep a sharper eye out for intruders creeping into Somal's caverns from now on.
Okay.
I think there should be two separate inventory bags. I think there should be
a food bag?
No, I think there should be a crafting bag. And then I think there should be a other items bag.
Yeah.
Roroharu says thanks awfully for carrying the chest for me.
You know what I think they should
Don't know
they
what I
should
have
do?
done
They
without
should do
you.
a fishing bag,
Actually, I do.
like a
When I
fishing
turned up
tackle
empty-handed,
box.
Wawalago forced me to start
Right?
fishing myself. If you're short of something to swap, you'll snare the scaly specimen solo, he said.
Like it takes one item, and then it holds everything you need, right?
That would be awesome.
Wawalago says let's have a look at this gift you've got me. Blinking barnacles, it's beautiful. See it shine and shimmer, like the silvery scales of a sea serpent.
Oh,
the fish will flock to bask in the brilliance of a natty knick-knack like this. Roroharu says he. I knew it. The pawnbrokers wouldn't trade it for toffee, but to a master fisherman, my supporter's worth more than money can buy. So, do we have a deal? Can I put down the rod now? Wawalago says fine, fine. I'll fetch your fish for you. The rarest rarefied ray in the Rodno. Subject to you shoring up the shortfall in the settlement with a little light labor, that is. Catch me a carp, or a collie, or any form of fish you can find, and I'll honor your order. Roroharu says the shortfall. You mean the supporters not enough? Then I'm ruined. I was sitting here for ages, and I didn't even get a nibble. There's no fish to be found in this accursed ocean.
Okay.
Wawalago says I dare to differ, my friend. There's shoals and shoals of scaly swimmers in the sea around you. You're pouring into fishing flounder because there's nothing but numbers in that noggin of yours. Clear your conscience of all those money-making machinations, and mellow your mind. Then the buggers'll bite. But we can't dally here all day, there's duties need doing down at the guild. So I'll lay down a little limitation, our dear delivery woman here will catch me a catch of her very own. If you've not netted a solitary specimen by the time she's tackled this task, the deal's as dead as a devil dodo. Roroharu says so if I don't catch a fish before she does, I go home with nothing. Then it's all over. Good gods, I'll be beggared. The banks won't touch me with a barge pole. Wawalago says there you go, worrying over wealth again. If you're duly determined to procure this prize perch of yours, then ready your rod, banish that brooding from your brain, and focus only on the fun of fishing. Wawalago says Haven, if you'd be so obliging, I'd like you to acquire me an anchovy. A local Lamansan one will fill the bill. They're common on this coast, so it shouldn't be a struggle to secure. Snatch one straight from the sea, or procure it from a purveyor, it's up to you.
You know how you said you wanted the sugar glider mount?
Yep.
Did you know that you need 50,000 gemstones?
Jesus. That's insane.
I don't think I can. I might be able to trade stuff for these so you can get it faster.
Which? Gemstones?
Yeah,
Naomi
you have
says
to
hello,
get
all
what
heart
they're
suit.
called bicolor
Oh, the bicolor gemstones?
gemstone voucher. You need the bicolor gemstones, and you need to get the bicolor gemstone vouchers.
Yeah.
And those are 100
Naomi
gemstones a
says don't
pop.
apologize. Enjoy the story.
I hit raw intuition way too early.
Did you?
Yeah. I really didn't want to. Why is she using Kier?
What is she using?
Oh my god, why are we using Kier at level 70?
I don't know. Like kill one?
Tier 1!
Oh god.
Alright.
Is why
Come out to the edge. Guys, you gotta come over here or you're gonna die.
I'm stuck. I can't move. Finally. I could not move.
This is not the one that I thought it was.
Oh?
Focus on the summoner, dude. Focus on one of the summoners. Nice.
There's Sue.
Ready?
Yep.
You can open him if you'd like. You don't have to though.
It's 6%. Damn. I rolled a 12 and a 7.
Alright, we gotta beat the stupid little bomby bomb first.
The Harakira?
Yeah.
Well, that was easy.
Okay, just put everything down.
Dammy says Exodus S rank dash yak DL 23.4, 14.1.
Bomb dead.
Or you have something attached, just bring it to the party. You just choke on my water.
Okay, don't choke.
I gotta pick up the piles of gold.
Oh. Damn. Oh shit. Oh shit.
How do we already have another LB?
I have no idea.
I'll use it. Wow.
Larry says GG. Macon says GG.
Oops.
Naomi says thanks all heart suit.
We would have had LB. That would have been LB 3.5.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Imagine if it was actually LB3. We would have been so much faster, I think. No longer receiving a bonus. That's sad.
That's probably because I'm not in the same area as you.
Yeah. Let's see, what's next? Do I have anything else besides the roulette? That's done, that's done, that's done. Yeah, these are all done. Except for the extremes. And then my dailies.
Nice.
Yeah. What are you working on now?
My hard stuff so I can get sacks of nuts.
Sacks of nuts? Okay then.
That's what they're sacks of nuts.
Okay then.
I currently have 1,300 and I need 2,300 or 3,200.
Wow.
East says I heard the news.
Yep.
Well done, good lady. Well done indeed. You will be rewarded handsomely for your
I'm now doing the final quest of 4.3.
As you no doubt already guessed, Kageyama has been apprehended.
You have been stuck
His
in Heaven's
bodyguard,
Sword for
however, is nowhere
months
to be
at this
found.
point in time.
This
I
is
suppose
not
that he was
Heaven's
loyal to
Wood.
Late only with Kageyama's coin.
This is Kugani, so this is
At any rate,
Stormblood.
The magistrate is safe.
Oh
as well
yeah,
as the
we were
Uldan.
doing
What's
Heaven's.
this?
We did Heaven's Sword stuff earlier.
We did Heaven's Wood because it was stuff I hadn't.
I was not expecting
It was
to find
only
you here
it was
as
the
well.
only 2 dungeons I had
Really
not
wish to
finished
Thank you both personally
in
for your
Heaven's Wood.
assistance. In light of all that has
Now
happened,
that means
I
I've
thought
done
it only
every
proper to have
dungeon
an escort.
up to the end of Stormblood. Like there was one dungeon at
Lily says, so
4.5.
you are the great adventurer who risked life and limb to
And
save
once
others.
I've done that, I've
Uncle
done
Lowry has
everything
told me so
up
much about you.
to 5.0.
Hearing of your daring deeds was inspiring.
Nice.
So much
Yeah.
so, I decided to set out on an adventure of my very own. I have taken to writing travel literature, you see, and someday the whole of Eorzea will have the chance to read of my journeys across the realm.
Where are these stupid?
Yet never in my wildest dreams did I
Bugs.
imagine my yearning to experience new cultures and customs would take such a terrible turn. Words fail to express my gratitude. East says, Miss Lilihua, we were quite fortunate that she was here to assist in your rescue, but it would be folly to assume fortune will always smile upon you so. Your uncle is worried sick about you, besides. Will you not consider returning home? Lilihua says there is so much I have yet to see, yet to do. If I were to leave now, I would have naught but this horrible story of kidnapping to fill the pages of my journal. It would be irresponsible of me to give my readers the impression that Hingashi is a land of savages unfit for traveling. As you might recall, there was a rather nasty incident in Ul'dah that even our dear adventurer friend here was helpless to resolve. Surely you would not wish that to be the only tale of Ul'dah to be told here in Kilgana? East says, all right, you have made your point. But why have you come all this way alone? Lilihua says Uncle Lolorito tries to keep me from harm, but he has only succeeded in smothering me. I tire of being constantly coddled. That is why I left, to prove to him, and myself, that I am perfectly capable of being on my own.
Do I want tacos or do I want
requested you hire guards for me,
my chicken burger for dinner?
Or not. Well, tell him that I refuse.
Like homemade tacos, or do I want to eat chicken burger?
Might I ask, then, that you pay me a visit when your journey has ended? Lolorito is not the only one who worries for your safety, after all.
Know.
Well, that doesn't help me.
Lilihu says yes, of course. I will be sure to.
Either way, I have to wash dishes before I eat. Which is annoying.
Where do you have to go with your
Though there is still much of the world for me to experience.
I would be chicken burger and fries, or I have tacos.
What do you feel like?
I don't know. This is why I'm asking you.
We had tacos a couple nights ago.
East says greeting.
But you have to admit, I have done in 72 hours. I have done almost all of the post Stormblood in the last 72 hours.
Yeah.
That is the most I've done in MSQ, not counting the break I had to take.
Hancock says, I
want to say in probably a good year.
Predicament. Well, should we receive any missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it.
Sure.
Tater says,
like, are you impressed I'm actually doing the MSQ?
To replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any news should come through the office.
No. No? Ouch.
Alphinaud
We're
says,
gonna have to do it anyways.
What?
I wish to apologize.
I have to do it anyways? Is that what you said?
To make such a purchase without first consulting
you were gonna have to do it anyways.
Yeah.
That I mean to
but the fact that I'm actually doing it this much at a time without really going into many side quests,
very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't.
Or getting trapped into
if Sarabon's business
doing other stuff.
As promising as it sounds, Haven should have no difficulty.
Well, I mean, we did spend quite a bit of time doing Eureka, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Alphinaud says, forgive me, Haven. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles upon you. I swear I will pay you back. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Ryal and his associates have heard something on the subject.
3 of those turtles?
Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to
I think I'm going to do tacos.
Lord had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster,
tacos.
But he must play his game. For now.
But I need to wash need to wash some dishes first before I do that. We have probably a massive cutscene coming up, right?
Probably.
Or it's probably the big cutscene, probably at the end of 4.5. Well, I'm in a cutscene right now, so we'll find out. I'll get everything ready as I need to beforehand.
Asahi says arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan.
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Were we friends?
Yes. We were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift. I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Fine, now leave me.
Ooh, look out.
That cutscene is done. Alfie is next.
Alphinaud says, Haven, impeccable timing. We have
Holy
just received a letter
bananas!
from Lord
What the
Hyde.
fuck
He
was
writes that the
that?
Daemons are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red.
What happened?
By staying on the lookout for signs
Jeez
of crystal
Louise,
hoarding
that
and the
was
like, they mean to
insane.
nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the populars have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangzia. 'Twould seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hine requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand at this critical juncture. Elisai says according to the letter, Yatsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course.
I need one more giant snake.
Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Alphinaud says agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave, then. Lord Hine will be waiting. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tateru. Tateru says don't worry about me, I'll be fine.
Yep,
Just be sure to come back safely.
I will be back.
Kienkin says Lord Hein is a... Hein says, "Ah, I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swift." Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. Alphinaud says, "Good gods. Is he alright?" Hein says, "Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly. Which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yatsuya has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well." Alphinaud says, "We will visit him at once. Haven, Alisai, shall we?"
Open wide now.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself. I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
A persimmon?
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... a gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps, but with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
Take off your clothes.
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending your time?
My lady, I assure you this is not.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink. What are all these scars? There are so many of them.
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man. Is something wrong, Tsuyu?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
But leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
Hein says they make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Alphinaud says, "Indeed. Had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I am relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit." Alisai says, "But what a turn of events. I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. You couldn't make it up. Although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Hein says he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. Alisai says, and what of his nurse? If Yatsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. Says this is no pretense. Alisai says, Yujiri. Out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So, what makes you so sure? Yujiri says, I have been spying on Yatsuya from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped. Not once. She has remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard, and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami. A child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude that her mind is truly broken. Alisai says, well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Hein says the matter is settled. Yatsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Alisai says, understandably. She as good as fastened the chains around their necks. Hein says, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of my countrymen. Will you help me? Alphinaud says, we are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. Hein says, my thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu.
Where we go? Speak to Alfie. Where is Alfie? He's at the dock, okay.
Alphinaud says, shall we wait here, then? Lord Hein should not be long. Hein says, my friends. Have you seen Tsuyu? She is nowhere to be found. Alphinaud says, what? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. Alisai says, if she's fled. Could it mean her memories have returned? Hein says, I know not. Yujiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the enclave altogether. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? Enclave says, a fair-skinned woman, my lord. I do not rightly know. I think, yes. Yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers whom I do not recall having seen before. Enclave says her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new fallen snow, it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Heinz says wrong? No. No, I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Twould seem that Tsuyu has crossed the river. Kami help me. No good can come of this.
You left the party?
It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami help us if someone catches a clear view of her face. I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me. But I would ask for your aid nonetheless. Alphinaud says we are at your service, Lord Hein, now as before. Let us make the crossing and begin our search. Alisai says you go on ahead. Someone should let Yutari know what we learned. I'll join you on the other side. Hein says we have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounds, Alphinaud, if you would take the road to Castrum Fluminus. Haven, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff, and hope the Kami smile upon our efforts.
Yeah, I got stuff to do.
Oh, okay.
These guys are over here.
Where is it, I wonder? Oh, it's literally right there.
Yosan says welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there is anything you care to know, you need only, a pale-skinned woman? I have seen no such traveler, I am sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. Yaku says, unusually pale skin? Yes, yes. I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here, and was headed in a northeasterly direction, for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain.
Every single thing
If
I've
you
done
hurry,
to this
you might
fucking
still catch her.
alligator has missed.
That's not good.
Okay. Living memory, I guess.
These are level 64, so Inventory Goon should be able to handle these.
You see no sign of Yatsuyu to the north.
I have no idea how to play Summoner.
You do know how to play Summoner, though.
No, I know how to play Scholar.
Still no sign of Yatsu.
You were the one that taught me Summoner, though.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I actually know how to play.
Oh. Oops.
Yatsuyu is nowhere to be seen, but lying on the ground a short distance to the north.
Oh, I have to do this as my level 70. That's annoying. If I do leveling, that would give me a half a level. So it's just I will queue up for leveling then, and that would give me a chance to do my dishes.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh wow, I have an 18-minute queue time and there's more than 50 DPS waiting. Anything nearby? Any fates or anything nearby? It's another 68 quest right there. Live and not die. Live and not die. Search for troubled visitors. Okay.
Holy shit, you're number 48?
Yep. 47.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that's already after waiting 7 people or 7 minutes. Oh, that's a carpenter quest.
Rizin says help. You see, in the days before, to do so, I would need to procure basic. Semi says then you may be pleased to hear, sir, that before you stand 2 highly skilled members of the Carpenters Guild in Grid Aniak. Rizin says you would do that. Semi says most. Rizin says apart from tables and chair. Semi says please, leave it to us, sir. Now, Haven, what do you say to making things a tad more interesting? We will each make something for our client and present the finished product to him. He will then judge them and decide on a winner. Pretty please, won't you do it for me? This is the only way I can show. Haha. It's. Rizin says go about making the furniture however you will, but I recommend you speak with the people here before getting started. Some have lived here. Semi says thank you. Miyake says the only one should take. Inagara says I would say that the people from the Enclave are.
So they're definitely up on this level. Where's the third one, I wonder? Where's the third person?
Duolingo app is no longer dropped.
He's not dropped, drunk, he was sick. He was sick of reminding you. That's literally why they did it, is if you haven't done it in like 3 days, he's sick of reminding you, so he got sick.
Well, he's no longer sick.
Matazuru says yes. I suppose you could say I am from the Enclave, though I have lived here for most of my life. When I was young, my family and I fled to this village that we might escape Imperial troops. What? You would like for me to demonstrate the difference in dining habits? I am afraid that is not something.
I'm now number 30.
Semi says Haven. Have you lost your mind? You're an amazing. Partitions. But that seems so dull. Wait. You're not while I know I'm not yet as good as you, never did I think that you saw me as so far beneath you that you would feel the need to do. My apologies. It seems I jumped to conclusions. It's no excuse, but lately I've been on edge. I can't shake the feeling this is my last chance to convince Timbermaster Beaton that I am a capable carpenter, worthy of being called as such. If I don't, he might stop assigning me work, and I may as well leave the guild. I shall not let it come to that. No matter what it takes, I must find a way to prove myself. Oh, I completely forgot. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blabber on about my worries. After all, you're here for materials, aren't you? Here you are. Feel free to come back if it's not enough.
Wait.
What am I looking for again?
Rizin says opening up a restaurant has always been a dream of mine. To think that it might soon be within my grasp fills me with joy beyond.
Alright, what's the level of dark?
What have we here?
My dark is level 70.
Beaton says ahem. May I?
I don't know what
Semi
level
says
yours
Timbermaster
is.
Beaton.
Ooh, what's this? Lookout spot? Randomly placed?
Beaton says this table is exquisite. It is extremely sturdy,
Amazing.
yet manages to maintain a sleek elegance. And
Dark
these
is
Doman-style
90.
engravings that run up and down the sides of the legs, if I did not know better I would guess they were the work of a more practiced pair of hands than your own, Semi. Now, Haven, let us see yours. Ah. Simple but all the more stunning for it. The lacquer finish is a nice touch, a light gloss that is just enough to enhance the natural blush of the wood, but not overpower it. While both of these are masterpieces in their own right, I will say this, the detailed engravings on the table are something even a highly skilled artisan would struggle to recreate. What do you think, sir? Rizin says the moment I saw it, I knew which one of these I wanted, desperately needed, even. I choose. This one. Semi says that Haven is a better carpenter than me, I won't deny. That she has skills I could only ever dream of attaining, I'll also admit. But I poured my heart and soul into that table. Beaton says, sir, why is it that you chose Haven's partitions over Semi's table?
Better taste as good as I remember it.
Rizin says simple, really. Doman city folk are a private sort.
There's
They would
59
appreciate
grams
the
of
way these
sugar
wooden
in
barriers
this?
would hide them from sight as
Wow.
they eat.
Are you kidding me? Great.
Rizin says the young lady's table is magnificent, a work of art, even. However, it does not fulfill the needs of my customers like these partitions do.
Yeah?
Beaton says it seems the time it took to carve the intricate detailing on this table would have been better spent interviewing the local citizens. Semi, do you understand now why it is you lost? You were so focused on demonstrating your own skill that you disregarded the needs of the client.
Wait for me!
Beaton says Haven, on the other hand, spoke with the residents of this village, which inspired her to create these partitions, a product that places the customer's needs above all else. In that sense, the difference between your table and her partitions is the difference between a decent carpenter and a master of the craft.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that's...
That said, this is where your journey ends. I expect to see the both of you back in Gridania shortly after I return. Semi says no. No, it can't be. Please tell me Timbermaster Beaton hasn't given up on me. Oh, what am I to do? Rizin says, is your friend alright? While I cannot claim to understand what any of that was about, I would like to thank you for your wonderful contribution. It is sure to suit my restaurant perfectly.
Oh.
I'm number 10 now, finally.
Where the fuck is this guy not coming out of his damn hole?
I don't know. Yay, it popped. Now watch it, it's gonna be something like Shasta. Isn't it?
Probably.
The 1,000 miles of rotor talk. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I hate that.
No says oh slash. Lily says hi hi.
The algorithm needs some work, Square.
I waited 21 minutes for this. Apparently, yesterday I was in the dungeon, and there was a bunch of people that were all between levels 90 and 100 in a pre-made group, okay? And they did the leveling roulette, and they got Hake mana.
That's seriously.
And they were all between levels 90 and 100. Like it was an insta queue because they had a full pre-made group, but still. I need 500,000 experience. We've got no cutscenes. Oops.
No, says G. Lily says tie everyone.
Oh no.
Anil says I don't. Anthonir says don't pull yet. Xander says oh not. It's death. Xander says what are we about to fight? Anil says yes.
6 seconds. 3. I'm paralyzed. I have so many stacks on me right now.
What the fuck are you doing? Are you doing
Fighting Odin.
Anthonir says oh please Odin is gonna take more than that to kill me.
I remember when Odin used to be a trial.
You can still get Odin as a trial, I think. Or in a dungeon.
Oh, you can. That's how I got my minion, Odin.
You have an Odin minion?
Roland says GG.
Yeah?
Enil says congrats. Roland says
Where page is he on? Fuck if I can find him.
Xander says thank you all.
Wind up Odin.
Oh, the wind up. Oh, the minion. Not. I thought you meant the mount. Sorry.
Oh, there. I don't think there is a mount.
There should be. I need to start doing my dailies so I can get level 70 on my Dragoon. Oh, I need to do the load. I need to do the seasonal event. Oh, I can't do the seasonal event? Oh, that's not it. Where is it? Where is the seasonal event? Is it below? Is it downstairs? Yep, there it is.
Wandering says Lady Ioyo. One storied adventurer, as Ioyo says blessings the 12 upon yet. Names Ioyo, Ken Wonder first class with the yellow jackets. SN Wonder to Avaya on board. Wandering says did I mention that it is the yellow jackets who are in charge of this year's festivities? Not only in decorating of these fair Lomansan streets, but in designing and constructing the fireworks that brighten the skies above them. Lady Ioyo here is quite the savant in all matters incendiary and explosive, and so it has fallen to her to formulate a plan for the display's crowning glory. Ioyo says me and the other lads and lassies of the Kenwunners whipped up a load o' lovely little drakes, snakes, and devils for the Moonfire Fair, but more o' the same ain't goin' to cut it for the risin'. Cause it's all about rememberin' those we lost in the calamity, ain't it? Them and theirs deserve something a mite specialier than a bunch of old bangers. Wandering says an admirable sentiment, I'm sure. It would not do for our ode to such poignant memories to be aught less than memorable. Let us make this year's rising one that the citizens of this fair realm will not soon forget. Ioyo says took the words right out o' me mouth, dearie. Thing is, Avon hardly set foot out of Limsa in all me days. I don't reckon I'm best placed to know what's going through the minds o' the citizens o' this fair realm. Wandering says, and so you would pick an adventurer's brains. One who has journeyed far and wide across this land we love, and knows it and its people intimately. Yet before we call upon your particular wisdom, mayhap it would behoove us to seek out a wider range of opinions. Many and more look to the skies come rising night, and the thoughts that run through their minds are no doubt as diverse. Let us learn them. Ioyo says sounds like a plan. Mind if I join yet, dearie? Could do with learning some o' these thoughts myself. Right, then. Where's best to start a skin around? Someplace a lot of outsiders gather, I reckon. How about we meet in the Ethereal Plaza, down in the lower decks? Wandering says while you two are so engaged, allow me to continue our discussions with the organizing committee. I shall await you by the aft castle.
We all gonna die.
No, I'm not gonna die.
No, I am.
Why are you going to die?
I don't know.
Well, then don't die.
I don't even have the blackest night in this dungeon.
Oh no. What level are you?
It's a level 66 dungeon. It's the
Oh, that
the
sucks.
Bardman,
You're
Bardman's
one.
mantle.
Bowman's mantle? I don't think I
Yeah,
have that one.
Stupid puzzle.
Oh, that one. Me and Brittany did that one the other day. Nope.
All of my cooldowns had to be used in that one pull.
That sucks.
I hate that. Healer, you need to learn to heal better.
Ioyo says yes, every year.
Sorry, that's just me pulling for the first, or healing for the first
How
time.
other folks feel about it. Let's split up, head down the alley, and ask a few likely-looking customers each. Ioyo says we're on a schedule here, so don't go a skin every single soul yet.
Don't rely on your single heal for Sage, like whole bananas. I don't have any potions to crack here either. We might be pulling living dead on this pull.
Swojblade says welcome. Information, is it? Well, if you really must know, the whizzing and banging that fills the air this season always takes me back to the time just before the calamity struck. A great festival was held to celebrate the reformation of the grand companies. People in the streets were hooting and hollering and setting off fire spouts, and all the ships in the bay, now bedecked in maelstrom colors, let loose their cannons. It seems so foolish now, knowing what was soon to befall us. But all that noise served a purpose nonetheless,
The healer tried
drowning
to
out the fear
rescue
that ever
me.
whispered in our ears.
Oh, yeah?
While I was using Living Dead.
Oh, no.
It is my firm belief that the rising fireworks serve the same purpose even now. They present a vision of loveliness, of togetherness, that we might forget our fears and be given hope for a brighter future.
Isn't that going to kill you?
Living Dead?
Well, if you didn't get enough damage or whatever.
Middle-aged says the streets are full o' life. The sky's full of
yeah.
fire, and the westerly winds fill in our seafarer sails as it does our earths.
It's okay.
I couldn't TVE picked a better time to come home. You a sailor too, are you? Helping with the fireworks, yes eh? Good on ya, lass. I've a few memories back then, if you've an ear to ear I'm a merchant seaman, yes see, always sailing hither and thither across the waves. Was just back from a trip to Radz-at-Han when the calamity struck. Everyone was looking up to the sky, and that loathsome lantern that low in it. Like most folk, I don't remember much what happened in the days before or after it fell, but I'll never forget those faces. And that's what I love so much about the fireworks. Ya see the same faces looking up, but this time with a smile, reminds ya not only of the bad times, but how we got over 'em. Misty-eyed says, can you see them too, my love? You're involved with the fireworks, and want to know what I think of them? Well, just now I was wondering if they can be seen from far out in the offing. Misty-eyed says, I see. The reason I ask is that my husband is out there now. He meant to be back by rising night, but it seems the tide didn't turn in his favor. He was so looking forward to the fireworks. I do hope that he can see them from where he is, that we can share them together, no matter how far apart we might be. That is my only request to you, that you make the finale as bright and boisterous as you can, that all those who cannot be together this rising might still share in its message. Sdojvi says all right there. Anything I can do for you? You're asking for people's thoughts on the rising fireworks? Head. Would have thought a great hero like you would have better things to do with your time, but I suppose that's what makes you a hero, Ed. Helping people out whichever way you can. Well, I'm like most people.
So I have not had Prey yet. I've had Castrum twice, and I've had what's it called? Ultimate Weapon once.
Swum up from the bottom of the ethereal sea to see what all the crashing and banging's about. It's complicated, I suppose. I feel sad they're gone, but happy I'm not.
What do you think I'm gonna get in like 2 minutes?
If they are watching, I hope they can see me too. See that I'm doing all right for myself. That they might sleep.
I've not had Prey. I want Prey. As strange as that.
Pray for you.
You're out of water, that's no good. Oh my god, it just hit 90 degrees in my apartment.
Yeah, wait, dearie. So, what did you find out?
Why do people do this?
I don't know.
Same air. Was Alf expecting them to just like looking at the pretty lights, but it seems the feeling runs a lot deeper than that. Ioyo says the memories of the calamity still sit heavy on their earths, but the rise in fireworks go some way to lift in that way.
So technically the calamity was 15 years ago, wasn't it?
Any ideas for the grand display? What kind of thing do you reckon?
Because we're on the 10th anniversary or 11th anniversary, right? So wasn't the calamity was technically like 15, 16 years ago?
Future. Yeah. That ain't a bad idea. Reminding folk that however dark the night, dawn is just around the corner.
Although
The Ryzen ain't just about more than those we lost.
they always
After
talk
all,
about it like it was 5
it's about
years ago, no
remembering the
matter
struggles
what,
of
no
those
matter
who
how
died
long has
to inspire us to
passed,
a brighter
right?
future.
Yep.
So it's been 5 years for you since you started playing, and it's been
That's what
5 years
comes to
for me
needs
since I
Ryzen.
started playing.
Ships. Cannons. A departure salute. Not just for the fallen, but for those set in sail for unknown shores. A vision of the past, and of the future. An old bleeding armada filling Galadion Bay, lighting up the very evens. Who wouldn't want to watch that? That's settled, then. Ah, the minstrel's going to love it. He said he'd be up by the App Castle, right? I'll see you there.
Oh, giant ball.
Oh, yay. Come on, Tank. Hit Q, or hit confirm. We don't have all night, we have 21 seconds. Come on, Tank. Mr. Tank. Mrs. Tank. Thank you. Oh my god, they literally hit confirm with 1 second left. And it's play. And you said no play for me.
Bayon says /. Sid says so here we are. The Ultima weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depths of the complex. Sid says this is it, my friend. Yorisu says indeed. Movie time. Leon says burn popcorn.
Now I gotta go Castellarin. I need to think about eating soon.
Yeah, I took out the ground beef so I can eat soon myself. It should be almost thawed. Especially considering my apartment is 89.9 degrees.
Gaia says, Sid, my boy. You are late.
I just don't understand how
There is
your
something I
apartment's
always meant
getting
to tell
that
you,
hot.
yet the time never seemed right. It concerns your father.
It really
Sid
can't be
says,
your
"What
computer
of it?"
making all that heat.
Gaia says in the winter
Well,
of the year,
the
Midas came to
screen,
outdoor his
like
parking
the
meeting.
glass on my
He
tower
told me
is
that he
hot.
wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sordid business.
Do I have that?
Hot.
Sid says, but he did
Do I
not wash
have
his
that?
hands of it.
That what was that?
He helmed the
That
project
app
until the
called
day
that
before
tells
him.
you your stuff?
Gaia says, come now, Sid, you must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was
My
too
side
late.
has one. I don't
Meteor
know
had
what
him
it's
completely
called,
in its
though.
thrall.
Do you remember
Shortly
we
before his
added one, right?
transformation, mayhap sensing that something
When
was
I was
amiss,
having issues
your father
before?
confided to me all the regrets of his life. Most of
Yeah.
them concerned you. Early on in your career, he realized that while you had a talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it, though.
There you go.
Open hardware monitor? Is that what it was? No.
He could not let it show.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Sid says you ripped open walls in this place just so you could say this to me. What is it you want, Gaius? Gaia says I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle, and become the Empire's lead engineer. It is your destiny. Sid says my father had a change of heart, you said so yourself. Besides, I have long known my destiny, and I assure you, it lies not with the Empire. Gaia says a pity. And what of you, adventurer? Will you not consider making common cause with me? With your powers joined to mine, we might do much for this realm. Together, we could bring order to Eorzea, and usher in a lasting peace. No. And I can expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous to be let to remain.
I have, I don't know. Temperatures. Oh, there it is. So my Ryzen 5 is running at 90 degrees right now, 90 degrees Celsius. And then the actual motherboard is running between 40 to 60.
Gaia says run, Sid. Or stay. It makes no matter.
So maybe it is my tower.
Wait. Damn it.
My tower's temperature right now is 34 degrees.
Yeah, you have water cooling though.
And to be honest, it's probably that hot because I have a pair of headphones sitting on top of it.
That bulkhead is composed of a special alloy. Extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave a mark, I'm afraid. You'll need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon, as I did at Castrum Meridianum. The armor's core is like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now, listen well. Press the control, engage ancillary, then fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. You're a natural at this. Alright, the way's clear, but it's just you and your own 2 feet now, so be careful. Nero says you have been leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventurer. Sid says, is someone there? Nero says, Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice again after all these years. Sid says, Nero. Is that you? Nero says you sound well. It would seem this savage land agrees with you. Sid says the highest ranking Tribunus of the XIVTH. It was you all this time. Nero says tell me, Garland. How long do you intend to keep all the glory for yourself? Sid says what? You've lost me. Nero says don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I have been condemned to live in your shadow. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the two of us, yet that fact counted for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your father was the great Midas Nan Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would finally rise. But by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend, your reputed genius gaining credence merely by dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you are still the young prodigy of Magitech. I, meanwhile, have ever been made to feel second-rate, I who have continued to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, why, it is only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps of the great Sidnan Bloody Garland. Sid says Nero, I don't know what to say. Nero says it matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Balesar saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and this in spite of your betrayal. Did he extend any such offer to me, the man who has remained loyal to him for all these years? Why, no. He did not. Nero says long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord Van Balesar is in the midst of activating the full
Wow, I'm
power
only
ultimate
sitting
weapon.
at 8 hours for my stream.
It is my magnum opus, the creation that
What?
will win me the recognition I am
I'm
due.
sitting at 8
I will
hours
not
for
let
my
anyone
stream.
interfere. Sid says Nero.
Nice.
What are you? Nero says, ever since I first set foot in this benighted land, I have watched you, every move you have made, every step you have taken. You have felled icons, a feat made possible by the Echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I, if truth be told. It is my desire to harness your power for use in the Ultima weapon.
I think Nero talks so much because he's lonely.
No, he talks so much. You know why? Because he's in love with his own voice.
Lord Van
He's in love with his own voice.
Besides this, Garland's achievements will be as child's play.
I know. I think he needs a partner.
Come.
Well, come on.
And yield to me the secret.
We all know that this is his love story with him and Sid. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Come on, Gunbreaker, let's go.
So pushy.
What the hell are you doing? The Gunbreaker had it and he was running away with it, eh? Like, he almost got himself killed.
I just don't know.
And now he's running to us. Like, what the fuck? Like, he had... Did you see that? What the fuck is
Do you not know that he's not supposed to stay on top of you guys?
He ran to us. He had the first one, right?
Yeah.
So when it was all party stack, he ran away from us, and then when he had fucking Tank Buster, he ran to us.
Trolling?
Now stay there. Don't move.
This changes nothing. Ahahaha. The Ultima weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons. Nothing can withstand its might. Sid says, are you alright? What of Nero? Fled. Damn it. In the instant prior to the blackout, the instruments detected a massive power surge from the deepest chamber. Gaius is certain to be there. We have no time to waste. Word arrived from the Alliance a short while ago. It seems the Order of the Twin Adder has completed its blockade of Castrum Sentry. What hands they can spare are hastening this way even as we speak, and likewise for the Maelstrom. All that's left is to destroy the Ultima weapon. I should warn you, the chamber which houses the target appears to be saturated with etheric energies. There's bound to be heavy interference. But even if we lose contact, you must go on. Just don't do anything I wouldn't do, alright?
They really did Dark Knight dirty.
What did they do?
They just... Come into the corner.
Look for the lift's control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse.
I
don't
think
think
of
we can
making
fast
soon, soon.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Suave, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization, and in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
they were already down 5%. They already started fighting when two of us were still in cutscenes.
Sometimes it just be like that. I mean, to be honest, Prey does take up a huge amount of time.
Yeah, 36 minutes I think is what it is.
Yeah.
I think after this I'm gonna end my stream and turn off my computer for a little bit. Try and see if that will cool down my room. And I can also cook my food, right?
Yep.
Oh my god, we just had our helo die. Look at this, crazy.
Yours says LOL.
Wow. What was that?
TYFP. Bayon says GG. Makara says TYFP.
I got 2 accommodations for that. Like, what?
Wandering says our intrepid adventurer returns, and positive. I see. A traditional seafaring salute, not only to the memories of the fallen, but to the future fortune of those who follow in their wake. A most fitting proposal, I'm sure. Ioyo says thanks, the both oh yeah, but our work ain't done yet. There's a lot needs sorting out before we can put this idea into action. If ye wouldn't mind helping us a little longer, dearie, I'd be forever in your debt. Let me know when ye got your loins good and girded.
So there's 2 seasonal quests? So you can get a new minion?
Right, that. The
Yes.
plan is, we're going, but before we go about finding, I'll take the lead. Wandering says of Ioyo says thank.
How long does the second seasonal quest do?
It's the same seasonal. It's all the Rising.
Oh. If I did it last year, I guess I still need to do this?
Some other
Well, you want the wind up Kyrell, right?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Is there one after this or no?
I don't think so.
Rainer says wanting to make the Rising display special I can fathom, but the sheer scale of this proposal is beyond anything I imagined. Ioyo, need I remind you that the first duty of the Yellow Jackets is the keeping of the
The
peace?
Halloween event will be starting here probably at the beginning of October.
Filling the
I
bay with
think.
ships will not only disturb the daily workings of the harbor, but is sure to foment agitation among the
This
commons.
is Halloween.
Knowing
This is
do you still
Halloween.
mean to
That
persevere with
event?
this outlandish plan?
Yeah.
Ioyo says I do, Commander. Every Lamansan Erd, every Eorzean Erd, still bears the scars of the calamity. All that loss, that hardship, that struggle, it cut deep. But the Rising ain't just about looking to the past, it's about looking to the future, too. And if it's our duty to watch over folk, keep em on the straight and narrow, like, I reckon it's our duty to see em off on another year's journey, too. Rainer says, well put. I accept that your intentions are pure, but what of the logistics? I trust you have a plan as to who exactly will be providing, and paying for, this fleet of yours. Ioyo says yes, Commander. We're going to petition the Maelstrom for the flagship, and the rest from, the Black Sails. Wandering says of course. One is wont to forget that those buccaneering souls remain bound to serve the Maelstrom in times of necessity. Lady Ioyo would have us parley with the three great pirate captains and remind them of their civic duty, it seems. Ioyo says that's right. The pirates answered the admiral's call back when the moon was fallen. Fought and died at Cartino, same as the rest of us. When they hear about our plan to salute all those who fell, and all those who didn't, I don't doubt they'll answer the call again. Rainer says I wish you all the luck in the world in recruiting those rogues to your cause. You shall need it. Very well, then. Allow me to arrange the parley. Should you succeed in this feat, you may consider all of my remaining doubts answered. I bid you remember that you go to speak with pirates. Lawless marauders all. Pray that you do not say aught to offend them, lest we find ourselves with a mutiny on our hands. I shall have the Maelstrom summon the leaders of the three factions to the anchor yard. Pray go there and complete your preparations.
Look at us go.
Witchy brush.
Ioyo says cheers for sticking with me, you too. I hope I can count on your support in the next set o' negotiations and all. Wandering says of course, my lady. Alas, I fear the captains, those far-famed scourges of the seas, will prove rather less biddable partners than Commodore Rainer did. Wandering says while Roswen of the Sanguine Sirens may be swayed by emotion, Carvelin of the Kraken's Arms is of a much more mercenary mind. The executioners, meanwhile, value honor and glory above all else. If there is aught that unites them, it is a zealous spirit. Let us argue with passion, that we might inflame theirs. Ioyo says if it's Passion Yuri after, I've got that in bleeding bucket loads. But I might need you two to jump in again, case me tongue decides to tie itself in an alphage. Just... Come on then.
I need a million
Let's
XP to
move
hit
me on
level
over to the
70.
anchor yard and get this parley started.
Yikes. Oh, fuck me.
You know, I don't think I've ever actually been to this part of the, of Limsa.
Really?
Yeah.
Ioyo says thanks for coming. The reason we asked ya here is... Roswen says the Maelstrom summons laid it out for us loud and clear. Ya want us to help ya with the rise and fireworks? And the answer's no. When my sirens fire a broadside, it's to send our enemies to the bottom o' the briny, not to paint pretty pictures in the sky for drylanders to gawp at. We've better things to be doing with our time. Carvalin says 'tis a rare occurrence, to be sure, but I find that my opinion aligns with Roswen's. Our time is precious, as I am sure is yours. Let us hasten to draw these discussions to a close. I shall put it bluntly. I see no profit in this endeavor for myself and my men. So unless there is anything else... A debt of gratitude, perhaps, for providing the men and material for this pageantry entirely at our own expense. I saw no mention of the Kronkins being compensated for our efforts in a material sense, or am I mistaken?
A minion!
You got a minion?
Wandering
I got a minion!
Yay!
Draw all the lords and ladies of the realm to gather in the city. Personages of high renown, and deep pockets.
I got the manatee
and if they saw you
minion.
lot working
Oh,
with
nice.
the Maelstrom, it'd do wonders for your public image. Folks who normally wouldn't touch a pirate with a barge pole be queuing up to
Oh
do
my
business
god,
with
she's
the
so cute.
Carvalin says I do believe you have a point.
Now we
Poorly
can
phrased though
summon
it might
her,
be.
she's so
To win legitimate
cute.
business, one must project the image of a legitimate businessman.
Oh my god.
Roswen says sod your image. And sod anyone who's too lily-livered to
alpaca.
trade with us. They can stick their barge poles up their backsides. What's in it for the sirens?
I'm gonna go make my dinner.
Okay.
Oh, you're getting off, right? For a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my dinner
Look, I
and
enjoy the fireworks
try
as
to
much
cool
as
down
anyone.
my apartment a
I
little
just
bit
don't
by
see
turning
why
off
it's
my
got to be
computer,
us
see if that
what's going
helps.
on. We're pirates, not body villains.
Put like a bucket
Ioyo
of
says the
ice
sanguine
or
sirens
something.
ain't all about the pirate in life, though, are yet?
Wouldn't that just not
You
make it
run
more
Rob's houses
humid
for
in
city
here?
winter,
It's already
and those with
43% humidity in
Keep
here.
yourselves busy with odd jobs, such as come your way.
Jesus.
Them's here hunters, and the folk who are drawn to the city to see the grand display, your horde. Roswen says I see where you're going with this. Get the girls to set up stalls selling food and grog and the like, and they'd make a killin', providing they had all the right permits from the Yellow Jackets. You're a shrewd one, you. Maybe I could lend Emin and myself. They do say the best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Wandering says one of the executioners. There is no dishonor in linking arms with Admiral Merlwipe and the Maelstrom, surely.
Yep.
Alright. Have fun eating.
Yep, I'll probably be, I don't know, probably take an hour. Just to see if that helps at all, right?
Hasklop says you. Yellow Jacket.
Bye.
I want you to tell you one thing, and tell it, this is Lim Salaman Sat, the greatest port in all the realm. Ye could find this fleet years without RL, yet you've come here begging for it. What? Ioyo says because I reckon you're the ones who need the Ryzen most. The black sails only came together cause O Cartino. Ye could have upped anchor and sailed off into the sunset, but no, ye fought like demons on those cursed flats. Made arrows yourselves, and martyrs. The way I see it, it's only right that those that lost the most, when they stood to gain the least, should be the ones to fire the salute to the departed. And a salute to the departed, too. The calamity changed the lives of you pirates more than anyone. If anyone should be celebrating new beginnings, it's those whose new beginnings already begun. Haskwap says heh. Ha ha ha. So it's all for our own good. I'm eating back to the Astalicia. Send word when ye be hammered out the details of this display of yours. We'll see what we can do. Ioyo says aye, Captain. Roswen says can't rightly say no to you now, can I? We lost a lot of good people back in Cartino. Let's send them all off with a bloody great bang. Carvalin says I will join you, on one condition, that in your reminiscence of trauma past, you do not make a shameful spectacle of yourself. Pray do not force me to restrain you. Roswen says I never forced ye to do nothing. Ye'll keep your hands off me if ye want to keep them, ye randy bastard. Carvalin says quite the fragile flower, isn't she? Well, then, I bid you adieu. My ships will not ready themselves.
Alright guys, I will see you guys with my next stream. Take care everybody. Oh wait, I'm gonna host out to Maine because he just went live. Where's my host button? He just went live, so what's his... Oh, it's main event 305, okay. And Maine is playing some Apex. I just realized I don't follow him. Oops, sorry, Maine.